Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 6th of December 2020. And hope you're all hanging in there. And not hanging yourselves, of course, but just hanging in because this is a crazy time. And I keep going back to 2001, where I gave a talk, I think at the night of the towers gone down, and the start of the big, great leap forward into the new system. A real, not just a reset, it was a projected reset, planned long beforehand, obviously. And you can tell that by all the massive article collection I have on the build-up through the 90s towards the surveillance society, getting all ready for the wars. On the list of the PNAC group, by the way. You can really put it all together quite easily. And then 9/11 came along, the great Pearl Harbor event, which they needed so badly to make it all happen and get the public to back them. You must always get the public to back you when you want a war. And of course, we all fell into it because you're designed that way, to fall into it. Your leaders, you're still tribal, whether you like it or not, and your leaders basically knew you'd fall into it. They made sure that you'd have no option but to believe them. And why wouldn't you believe them? Being tribal, you believe the chief, you see, the little clan chief you've got. But unfortunately, we live in such a devious time today, with experts helping the leaders, and thousands of experts sometimes in governments, all kinds of them, and think tanks working with all the different agendas. It's not the simple little tribe anymore. And it's too easy to deceive the public, especially when you bring on board those from academia who are professionals in persuasion and psychology and basically public relations, big organizations in public relations, neuroscientists, behaviorists, the whole crew, of course, to get the public on board. And even did trial simulations on that too before 9/11 happened, on how they would get the public on board if anything should happen down the road one day, just like they did with the COVID idea too, the pandemic, with Event 201 and CladX and all the rest of them going way back, even to the Rockefeller 2010 study to do with lockstep and so on. So you literally, everything that happens in life is planned that way, as far as I'm concerned, unless a meteor comes out of the blue, literally, and they haven't seen it coming. But mind you, they could always see it's coming in anyway. You wouldn't see anything. They would tell you it hits you and you have a big explosion. You'd have to believe them. But that's how it's done, really, isn't it? You live through a script because you're brought up thinking you're living in a system which really is yours. You really are. I mean, why shouldn't you? Again, you're designed for the primitive tribe, the small tribe, and the clan, and a whole bunch of huts. That's your huts, you see, in a circle of huts, and in the middle is the clan chief and his family, and you elect him, of course. And it's easy to get rid of them if they get too big for their calloused feet. And so it's quite easy then to get rid of them because they don't have a standing army. Once you get a standing army and create money and you bring in taxation to pay for the army, then he can do what he wants with you then, you see. You can hire the mercenaries. And that's a history of society, really, isn't it? And we get given, especially in the 19th and the 20th century to the present time, we're given these kind of almost nostalgic BBC drama versions of history, the docudrama type style, rather than realities of how it really was. And why shouldn't we believe them too? Because why would they lie to you? Why would anyone go to such incredible trouble? Using your tax money, mind you, is much easier. They'll say it's no trouble at all, use your tax money. But to put out such amazing propaganda through fiction, to make you have a nostalgia for a time that really wasn't very pleasant for most people. Life was a tenuous thing indeed, for most folk, in fact. And you didn't have welfare systems, or even temporary welfare, to help you out of a jam or whatever. Back in the 19th century, in the 18th century, in the 17th and so on, it was rather brutal, and authority didn't mess around with you. You simply did what you were told, especially in a class system. Very prevalent class system, very obvious one. And you did what you're told, or someone with a rifle butt would hit you in the head, and that's it, no questions asked. There's no trial or inquiries in those days either. Not that we have much today either. We have these kind of pretended inquiries into certain things. But society is brutal. And I remember too, I think it was Tacitus and other historians that eventually, they coined phrases which are eventually used by others down through time to do with civilization, this idea of civilization. We are born into this thing, this system, this stream, this from the year dot to the present time of humanity. And we think that, most folk don't really think too deeply. The harder the times, in fact, the less you'll think when they're really hard, because you're too busy surviving to worry about the ins and outs of things. You'll be more streetwise for sure. You'll know more than the present people today, most of the people today. But again, once you get a bit sloppy in society, and they give you a little brief period of spoiling you by allowing you to have more of your own cash to buy things for yourself, rather than just tax it all off you, you get spoiled pretty quickly. And then they give you masses of entertainment to distract you. And people grow up literally and stay childlike forever, right through their whole lives. Like, it doesn't dawn on them that this is a big show for you to participate in, so that you don't really participate in the real motivations that you should be involved in for existence, and to better existence, not just for yourself, but for others too. The vast amount, how long have I can remember back in 30 years ago and more than that, in fact, when the UN, this great front organization for the world organization, did put out interesting little clips here and there, because they had to get some kind of support from the people. So they did tell them little bits of truth here and there, and they would say that, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening, So there was this chasm, you see, there started off like a little fissure in the ice or something, like those movies. And you see it springing apart, and there's the rich, and there's the poor. But it also meant, too, in the middle where the chasm was, you see, they didn't want to, it was kind of hinted at and chuckled at by themselves, but it really meant the middle class was disappearing near the middle part, you see. So you had the rich and the poor. And that was always the idea, to eradicate what we call the middle class, you see. Because the system's a vastly different system from what you think it is. Vastly, vastly different. And it really is an alien system when you come out of it and look at it all, and you look at the characters who help run it on behalf of those that really own it. And they do talk about owning it. It's their system. And I think people forget that all the time. It's owned. And you're given a kind of fantasy that you have some rights in it, and you're given a fantasy that, and you will have certain rights as long as it's just little trivial things, you see, which is authorized, until you really need to use some of the rights, maybe for really to push the point home that you do have them in the first place. And then you come up against brick walls. You realize, no, you don't. And I've even seen documentaries in the past where people, genuinely puzzled, came up against the same thing, where they did, and these were mainstream kind of interviews with people, and they did talk to judges and so on, and they realized that some judges said that you really don't have. Any right can be revoked, they said. That's more so in countries that have never had real written constitutions, which is most of them. And the US, really, that supposedly was the first one to openly push all those rights, based on an ancient Roman system, in fact. That's why you have a Senate and a Congress and so on, and other things too, mind you. It was based on having written rights, statutes, etc., that are written. Because this one of Britain, this scattered constitution of Britain, it really is nonsense. It's all revoked down through the centuries. Many say it's very flexible. It's rubber, in fact, elastic, and often elastic breaks if you push it too far. But yeah, you got to have it written, and even when it's written, you don't stand back and allow it to stay that way, because Because there's always forces, you see, that want to destroy it, not in order to subject the people to their own will and to dominate them and rule them, again, as opposed to governing them. Today we're actually ruled, but people think they still call it government. When you're under emergency powers as well, which they forced on you by themselves, they didn't ask you, did you mind? Then you're actually under a martial law system. And they can do anything they want with you under martial law system, because it's a wartime scenario. And of course, if you remember at the beginning of the COVID idea, I call it the idea, COVID idea. If you remember at the very beginning, they kept using, they actually said they were using warlike terminology, our war against COVID-19. Now, we should take these statements very seriously when it comes from those in authority, because you see, they do love to be legalistic, and that's why they're doing it. They don't care if you understand what they're saying or not. It's a declaration of legality, you see, which then is unchallenged by the public. And it's like the war they had, I think way back, was it during Nixon's time maybe? I've read that they had a war on cancer, maybe in his era. A war on cancer, that was the start of the war on cancer. And that's when money started to really flow into research and development in the medical fields and all the rest of it, and vaccinations and all the rest of it. These were all really ideas to get money from the taxpayers into research and development to make big new companies very, very rich. And then they give themselves authority over you, you see, by pandemics or swine flus, even old swine flus, and they kind of fell flat too. It doesn't have to be real, even, as long as you have the fear of it and you go through the acts of it. Like a war exercise for an air raid drill, you go through the motions of what you think you'll do in the time of the real thing, you see. And they do it all the time, and it legitimizes what to do then. It puts something more concrete into your mind. And that's why millions of youngsters across the Western world, mainly in the States, mind you, but I remember it had in Britain too. They used the old air raid sirens in Scotland at one time. Every town had them. There's a big sort of klaxon thing on a pole, and they go off with that familiar sound that you couldn't mistake, and it was very loud indeed. And it went up and down, and you couldn't mistake it for what it was. But the idea in the States was to get you under the tables in your schoolrooms or in the corridors on your knees, hunkered down. I guess that's so you don't see the ceiling falling on top of you, so you're looking at the floor. But I mean, it's all nonsense at the time of his atomic war and so on. But it was to drive the idea home. They could all perish instantly. That was the key to it. There's something horrible about perishing at all, of course, if you're human, but if you want to perish instantly, I don't know why that is, because really it'd be better, wouldn't it, if you had to perish. It'd be nice if it just happened and you didn't even see it coming, right? If you had that kind of choice, but something also we're thinking about, just perish instantly. There's no time to say goodbye to anybody. And what's the point? Because they're going to say goodbye as well, because they're going as well at the same time as you, and so on. And it's too late then to vote anybody in or out either. You see, that caused the mess in the first place. But it gives lots of money to the whole military-industrial complex that Eisenhower talked about. Other ones too talked about it. It wasn't just him. And you're in a system which uses all systems. They use all parties, all left and right and middle and up and down parties. Even anarchists they use too. That was part of the socialist doctrine. And the socialist doctrine is the one which Quigley talked about, that the Council on Foreign Relations used. That's what he says. We're often mistaken for communists because our goals and agendas are so similar. Well, they believe in ruling the world through technocracy, the technocratic type systems where you simply appoint experts over the public and you obey the experts, and that's it. This is what COVID's doing too, of course, obey the experts. You hear it more and more as they bring forth more military terminology all at the same time. We're in lockstep now with every other country at the same time. If there's 3 declarations made in a week in one country, the same declarations are made by the counterparts in civil service or politics in other countries at the same time. You'll notice that. So it's organized, it's managed, and it's almost global. All the British Commonwealth countries are in lockstep on the same agenda with the same parts of it at the same time. They're all in unison with it. And the little public relations phrases, they're meant to frighten you or coerce you as well into compliance, getting you ready for compliance for the big things that are going to be done to you, are done at the same time. And they're making quite evident that they're not going to take no for an answer. I saw a little clip. I managed to stay up during the night. It's the only time getting any speed. And on satellite for internet, and there was a little bit of a documentary. It was put out about the protests in England. I think this one was in London, about the lockdowns, against the lockdowns, and so on. And it's so well done because it's meant to make you think. He's a real investigative journalist. They show you this young woman who she's done videos before for who knows who, if they sell them, what the companies or what. And she lives in a nice house. You can tell that by the decor, etc. Probably gets government financing for documentaries, because most documentaries in Britain are politicised and they're paid for by the government for NGOs. They're all part of the big. They are part of the military-industrial complex. If you don't know that, and so she was the independent person who was, and they showed you some of the protests, and they picked right off your bat. You could see that they had a few street people in there, and they really focused on them. Looked dishevelled and looked a bit dingy, as they say, etc., run down, and a bit odd, some of them, because some of them would have problems. But that's what they showed you, and that wasn't by chance in documentary, because most of the folk out there, like with Panda around, they're just quite normal people. But this is to give you this is to demonise the people that she's pretending to try to find out their point of view, So they go through this little farce of a drama, a preordained drama, and then she says, "Yeah, I really want to understand what they're up to." And so you could tell by her attitude she wasn't as done the kind. It was meant to really put it all down. They're like a bunch of weirdos. And then it goes into the next part of the documentary. It then goes into someone who's from the University of Oxford team working in the pandemic for the Department of Health, etc. And she says, these people eventually, and here's the key to it. This is what the little documentary was about. It's only maybe about 5 minutes, but the point of it was, and then she finishes off that little bit at the end. It's all scripted, like a little drama thing. She says, these people could be a danger to the rest of the public, and that's the message. Danger to the rest of society. And the threat behind it is they'll have to do something about these people. And they call them vaccine deniers, even though most of them simply don't want this particular type of jab because it's a brand new novel type DNA altering jab. It's different than the previous old stuff you used to get of injecting weakened viruses into you and immobilized viruses. So, this is a different kind that literally will program DNA in your body. And that's what they're producing. So again, they demonize them. They call them all anti-vaxxers. Like and even so, even if people are anti-vax, that's their right, folks. That's their right. But see, all the other things that they've given us in the past, right? And anti-government, that's a term they used in the 90s, started bringing in the late 90s against people protesting the big changes that they saw coming as their rights were getting stripped off them, mainly in the US. And they brought in experts, by the way, just before 9/11 from other countries, even from the old Soviet countries. And even put one of them in charge of Homeland Security at one point. And they introduced that anti-government, because that's what they used in the old Soviet regime. You're anti-government, you see. And you're also you're getting this terminology, to get you used to the idea and get you ready for it. Because you might, if you get that name, you're an anti, you know what? Well, immediately you'll feel terrible. You've been Pavlovian conditioned to recoil at that term, like you're a bad person. And so in other words, that's to negate any possible discourse that you might have over the problem, which is you getting a particular type of vaccination. By force. And to get the rest of the public who've already fallen for everything that they do everything they're told anyway, and who are being coerced into more and more restrictions on all kinds of freedoms, deliberately. I said this back in February, this would happen. All of this would happen. I knew exactly how they'd play it. And I said they'll give you a little let up in the summer, rather than have a full-scale riot on their hands. And they'll come back with the same, even though it was exposed about all the different empty beds in the hospitals, it was yada, 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 volumes of it. They're right back, I said they'll come right back with the same thing in the fall and winter, because that's when folk get sick anyway, the colds, flus, etc. That's when the elderly come down, most of them will die. Most folk, elderly, in winter, in Britain especially. Britain's cold, damp, and a kind of nasty climate in the winter time. And that's when most folk get the problems, you see. So elderly folk get hit. They knew you get a whole bunch of folk in the hospital in the winter. They always do. Even though 2-3 years ago you had flu seasons that killed way more than they're claiming died with COVID, even though they're not counting the flu deaths anymore. That's just coincidence. But again, the idea is to frighten you and restrict your movements until eventually and I said this back in February, you won't be able to move without a passport. I gave the same talk back in 1999 with the coming restrictions. I said eventually you won't be able to walk into a supermarket to buy food without a record, an electronic record of all your vaccinations. Because I read all this stuff in the UN years ago, in the World Health Organization years ago. And I said, you went to a store and alarms will go off and boom, 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 and red lights will flash. And don't stand where you are, stand where you are, and the cops will come and so on because you don't have it up to date. That was back then. Not from imagining, but because of the different publications and that I'd read, following it all at the time. So you're living through a script, as I say. And how do you make folk comply? You get in big scare tactics like COVID, eh? To force folk into something that they planned at least 20 odd, even 30 years ago. Because I've got stuff going back to the League of Nations when I had a branch for the health department for the world at the time, where they talked about the same thing, and that everybody will get up-to-date vaccinations and booster vaccinations for their entire life. I've also got articles all through those years up to the present, before COVID came out, where they said the same things. You'll get all this stuff for your entire life. That's where they want to go with it. And so you would if you were in the vaccine industry and in the medical industry that makes a fortune off of this every year, annual stuff. So we're living through a script. And so now again, they always have to turn the public against the enemy, who won't comply, you see. And so you're an anti-vaxxer. It doesn't matter if you've had vaccinations for everything else, but you're still an anti-vaxxer. You're a bad person. And so the public who've fallen for it and who will give in and capitulate just to get a little bit of freedom back, which most folk will, by the way. This is the little clue that if you take all this, you might get a little bit of freedom back. But I'm going to tell you something: you're not. You're not at all. It's never to go back to normal, even after the shots. According to the statements by the big characters themselves, the Faucis and all the rest of them. So now you're getting a new class system brought into place of those who will be allowed to travel, you see, even if they've taken or not taken the shots. Because they're giving exemptions now for essential entertainers, sports stars and entertainers, and because they have to travel all over the place all the time on different occasions in different countries, and so they won't even have to get tested for the viruses. You can't get out of your house and go very far without getting a stick and a bit of cotton wool rammed up your nose or elsewhere. because I actually talked about the elsewheres, by the way, in some of the airport things I've read. I'm not kidding. But anyway, this is how you're being trained to it. So the anti-people are the enemy because they're using the military. And I've got all the articles, and you've read them too, I'm sure, where the governments admit they're using now military psyop warriors and all the rest of it on all the people who complain about about COVID vaccinations, or even put out any documentary proof on it. Even from the official sources, you get attacked, you see. And that's only part of the step. Now, they said they would do that too, and running up exercises to a pandemic from 2010, 2018, and 17 and 18, 2019, and then when the pandemic comes, they had the same steps in their training exercises, how they go after people who would, and that's what you do when you're under a martial law scenario. In a martial law scenario, you lock down the people in their homes, you see. You have a curfew. You only allow so many meetings. This is even for straight warfare, eh? And like World War II and afterwards, what they've used in other countries as we go over the countries and take the resources, eh? Oh, sorry, free them. Bring on democracy. What am I thinking here? And then you find that you lock them down. No gatherings more than 4 or 5 people outside, etc. And you can't stand still in a certain place for more than 4 minutes if there's 4 of you. Things like that. And no rumour mongering. That's what they called rumour mongering, where you're talking about when you're negating by conversation the reasons you've been locked down for in a wartime scenario. So now we just call it fake news. You're a fake newser. I'm only reporting what Fauci said and so said and so on. No, well, you're not authorised to report what he said. This is how bad it is. So you're under tyranny, and that's how tyranny is described, you see. It's not a matter of being rights or even having rights. And it's not a matter of what they answer you with to lock you down or put you in prison. It's a matter of you just obey them or else. That's what tyranny comes down to. And we're under the greatest move. This is the big leap forward, into the great society. You've heard the COVID, the reset, the great reset. Well, this is all part of what they used to call the great society under socialism, which is really communism. There's all kinds of flavors I've tried out in the past, but they're all connected to bring in an ideal society. And that's what the elite chose a long time ago, was a communistic obedience that the people would have to simply obey specialists and leaders and experts. And the same thing that Bertrand Russell talked about, the same thing the Mesa Group talked about, the Frankfurt School talked about, that the technocrat group in the States and Canada talked about. And it was just too messy having people who had different opinions and rights and freedoms and ideas of rights and freedoms. It's just, you couldn't get things done, for goodness sake. Maggie Thatcher, I've mentioned it 17 times. You can see the old documentary from her if you can get a hold of it, or at least some of the articles they printed in the newspapers and the magazines at the time. Because after she retired, she says, I belong now to an organisation that doesn't have to please the public. They can go ahead and get things done, as opposed to talking about it and try to persuade the public of different countries to go along with things. They can just get it done. And she's talking about the technocratic organisation called the Trilateral Group, you see, the commission. A self-appointed commission, naturally, that came out of the Council on Foreign Relations. The Council on Foreign Relations has a big agenda. They control news, conversations, interviews, and documentaries. They're big. They're into everything in financial and so on. And they call themselves the establishment. But from them, you also draw specialized groups. And that's what the technocratic group commission is. They're a specialized group where they are appointed, they are selected, trained, and they're sent into countries to get the jobs done behind the scenes. And the countries will try and keep them as low-key as possible and out of the realms of media exposure. Just like Rockefeller did get that speech, after one of the big meetings, world meetings, and Bilderberger meetings and so on, and other ones as well. Then he said, because he was a big player in the global movement that's leading up to. He's still, the group still is, by the way, their group, the ones that are left. And they've got fingers in every pie, but they were definitely technocrats that believed that the public had no rights to pursue properties and to even start up companies that might be in competition with even the big companies one day. He said that would never be allowed, and that was part of his monopoly power. And he was only one of an already established group, you see, that sent him across the world to do the same thing in each country. He was one of them. And so was Carnegie, who was sent out from Scotland or Britain. These oddballs that you think are really some strange revolutionaries and mistaken for communists, again, like Quigley said. But they go right into the upper echelons of power very quickly and rise to the top through business strategies. They didn't work hard enough to do. Carnegie is a great example. He came over to New York and suddenly he's involved, this little, ordinary kind of character, suddenly is involved with the biggest mining organizations and and railroad organizations. So suddenly, on top of the Freemasonic lodges and so on in New York, just like that, Now, these characters are part of a very selective organization, and you generally won't get too much about their ancestry, really, They're almost a cover story to an extent. But yeah, they were supposedly, just like, Lord Earl Grey was the go-between between the organization and Milner's group, and Colonel Mandell House in World War I in the U.S. When they were setting it up for how do you get down the road, how do you use the U.S. as a war machine like Britain had. Britain was already exhausted during World War I. That finished it off, really, as an empire, and the heavy taxations on the public from all the money that was borrowed, putting the public down as the guarantors to pay it off through our taxes. And that was what the central bank was used for. They lent to the government with the right to tax all the public, you see, to pay it back. And eventually you go over the score and you can't pay it back, or it's going to take 100 years, which it did, by the way, for World War I. Just World War I alone. So that to get ready for the US to take over, and Kipling went through some of it too. He had almost a breakdown, in fact, when he was sent over to kind of hand the baton over to the US to take over this great alliance of the kindred spirits, and the kindred peoples, to take over the empire and keep it going, this world, the empire that Britain had built up, and that was pointing towards a global society, a world government. Of course it was. They talked freely about it. It's in all their books. And Kipling eventually was shattered to realize that no, Britain was then to take second place, and the US would rise up bit by bit. And then, of course, by World War II, the US took the lead, even in financing Britain and the rest of the competitors. That's why they held off going into World War II and World War I, by the way. But anyway, Mandell House boasted that he was really the guy behind the setting up and getting the bankers ready for a Federal Reserve or a central bank system, you see. So he was definitely involved in that too. They were a copy of the British system of a central bank, tax the public, lend to government through that bank, and that would pay for all the wars that they had envisaged, you see. And the US took over, and it's still the same way. Yeah, you can't fall over these things and just say it's all coincidence. When things fit so neatly, what would we need if we wanted to do this, and this, and this, and about 10 different, if we needed to, these things to do? We need this, and this, and this, and you go through them all. And they all just happen, and one after the other, and just like pieces of a jigsaw, they snugly fit in. Now that's not coincidence. That's good planning, planning and implementation, and that's what you live through your whole life long. So did your parents and grandparents. They didn't know it either. All for the greater good. Eh? And of course, the trick was to always subvert, what is. And what is in the States was a problem. For a long time, it was this idea of human rights, for goodness, written in law. Eh? What a nuisance that is. And Bill of Rights, a Bill of Rights. It was a kind of afterthought after protests. They got the Bill of Rights. And then they got guys like George Bush Jr., the guy who didn't even know where he was half the time, who came on the stage for the addressing the State of the Union one. And he said, well, here we are at the oh, well, you all know what it is, don't you? And that's what he was a buffoon. Didn't matter. See, that they're front people. They play their parts. And George Jr. was a natural comedian. He didn't mean to be, he just was a natural comedian. But he filled the role, and he could at least read the little bits of script on that invisible board that you don't see pretty well. He could see it well, and it didn't matter how atrocious it was of what it was proclaiming. The public would go along with it, you see. And all the media was on board with him immediately. It was just astonishing. And, well, I won't even pick all that apart, but the fact is, you're living through a script, as I say. The US took over, really, from Britain. They still had the alliance during this special relationship, this almost incestuous term that they use, special relationship, through the Cold War, and then after the Cold War, even up. Well, they had it even up through that Thatcher's era. And then when supposedly the end of Russia came, or the Soviet Union, I should say, they supposedly had other... In fact, they didn't waste any time going to war across the Middle East, and it was within a year. Just coincidence too, mind you. And yeah, we live through amazing... The world's full of coincidences. Have you noticed that? I have. I can't help it. It's just one of these things. And we're going through all now too from the COVID. What all the different talks last year at the climate summit that they had, that the US supposedly didn't really attend, but they did actually, because different state representatives bypassed the federal government, and they attend anyway. But just big speeches made. And Soros was a good speech, actually. They brought him on at the end. They asked to come on at the end of the World Economic Forum as well, and really put down the states, and because of Trump and so on, and said they had to get rid of him. And the same week they had articles in the newspapers about Soros said they had to get rid of Xi Jinping in China as well. I mean, this guy literally has got these whole list of people that he wants to get rid of. And I thought, well, who votes for him? But you're looking at the real deep state, the real international agency that comprises all intelligence agencies, all the biggies in there. And that's why no one bothers about, no one stops them doing what they do, or color revolutions and stuff like that. You're looking at the big organization that runs all of them. That's why it happens. No one will get away with it. Obviously. But you're living through an amazing time of transformation, you see. This is the century of change, the 21st century. The century of change. They had a big to-do about the century of change, even with when it would start. Because, well, the century just ticked over, But no, it actually said the century begins at the end, about 2001, you see. There had all these debates about that at the time. And you don't want to kick it off too early. And again, you had the psychological dramas leading up to it. They gave you all the, oh my goodness, in the 90s you had the different, the end of the world would happen because the Aztec calendar would run out, they said. I guess that was, so your whole existence depends on a bit of stone that they can't even decipher. It didn't matter. It was used for propaganda. Again, I guess a lot of people, you're trained from childhood through things that stagger you. Like, wow. And that's what they give you these things for big change. So there'd be a big, massive change. And they thought it would run out at a certain time, and it didn't happen. So then they tacked another 10 years on it. And then they put the movies out in 2010. It was 2010 or 12, remember the big catastrophes and the world cracking up, and some entertaining ones, mind you, with the one especially where they eventually go to China, where they're building these massive floating submarine ships to keep all the elites that would survive this catastrophe, and the rest of the people would perish, because that's how it happens where you're just flotsam anyway. The wealthy elite people had to survive, but the scientists, the scientific crews, they're essential. Folk have never think callous is just someone who's got a bad temperament or something. They have no idea what it means. So you're trained. You're trained your whole life long. I can remember even back in the late 70s, they came out with Chariots of the Gods, Eric von Daniken. And they kept showing you these kind of Aztec stelas. They're like cutouts, you see, of rock. And you see this Aztec chief on what seemed to be a cosmic motorcycle. It really fitted into the LSD era, that wasn't by accident either. You have to get folks stoned on drugs before, and once you do that, they start to become awfully susceptible to being gullible. They really do, and they do know this from experimentation, eh? And that's why, of course, it was our intelligence agencies that flooded the market in Britain and the States and universities by throwing bags. This is all documented. They threw bags of LSD to kick off the whole movement in the 60s onwards. Free stuff, eh? And then you got certain groups to promote it, and the Grateful Dead and all that. Another story, but you don't know that you've been prepared for what's to come bit by bit down the road. See, because once your credibility has been tested, maybe even cracked a little bit, and you saw one phase, you're ready to saw the next phase. And they generally unleash it on you. Right down to the Beatles suddenly going off to India. So you're back from just LSD now into the heavy marijuana and opium era. And sitar music, you see, preparing you again for the amalgamation of you didn't know that, did I? See, the British Empire was to amalgamate eventually, where the wealthier classes would travel all over to other countries within the empire. That was the goals of the Milner Group and the Royal Institute for International Affairs. Still is, by the way. I even have the minutes of the meetings of the 30s and the 40s when they're discussing the future of the British Empire on behalf of the Royal Institute for International Affairs. And all the members were there, the biggies were there, the CFA, and top bankers and politicians from all over, including the States. And they go through it, and they have delegations from India. And some of them were asking, well, when will we be allowed then to travel into Britain? And they had it worked out. They said, well, it's not quite time yet. And everyone from Australia said they wouldn't be accepted just then. It might take another 30 or 40 years even before they can start bigger migrations. This is astonishing to read this stuff, to realize this is pre-World War II, right? And here they are planning mass migrations to alter and yet a few years later, and by the way, they talked about the coming war with Japan that the US would be involved in, and said that may be fortuitous because by that time Britain would be at war with Germany. This is before it all happened. It's just astonishing. And people say, well, they could always see it was only happening with the US and Japan because FDR was restricting Japanese travel because Japan had very fewer resources. They had to travel outside to get them. And the more they were getting it cut off from them, the more they decided to go to war. There's a bigger story behind it, of course. But so that could be predictable for sure. You don't want to be the aggressor, so you provoke the other side to attack first, you see. It's the same thing with the pretense about the vaccinations. Well, we might give you free choice, but you have to. But then the caveats are added as they go along. Well, yeah, but you might have to stay in your home if you want to take this shot, you see. And you might not be able to go anywhere and even buy food without a shot. Or you might have to wear a mask, maybe even a gown, it said in one article, if you go outside your home. In other words, why not just a yellow star stuck on your back and front? Why not that? In other words, they force you into it. You can't even feed yourself unless you get the shot. This is total coercion. We're not stopping you, sir. You can still stay home. This is how they do it. Because they don't want to be seen as aggressor. No, we give you options. So yeah, you're a free society, right? Dream on. So the Beatles, as I say, that's what they were sent over there, and suddenly everybody scratched their heads initially. What in there? So this, and you hear the sitar music and George Harrison's twanging away on the sitar, and out comes a bit of other music with it, etc. And the Maharishi, until like a bit of a fallout with him eventually with the Maharishi, and there's more to it all happen. But it hasn't stopped them. It was a massive enterprise. And I know that Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr still go over there to the big meetings. And I'm sure that, because they're great, it's a multi-million-dollar enterprise, that whole thing, even today. But again, the idea is to get youngsters to follow, And sure enough, a lot of people then would follow, and they'd join different cults and groups and things like that. And the CIA in the States was heavily involved in the studying and the setting up of cults, to see how you can alter people's behavior and get them to break all the social taboos that you have. And like monogamy, for instance, or even drug taking. And then get them to reprogram themselves. That way they think they really are free. And they're, sure, try this drug, try that drug. Oh, now you have orgies. Now you don't have partners at all. And it's a whole gambit, all planned that way. So you give the little children, the leaders, the idols, and they'll follow the idols, you see. I can remember, I couldn't fathom it because I was too young. I mean, really young. But I remember when they were bringing on rock stars initially. And here's the BBC, and at that time, everybody who worked in BBC, it tells you that in their own histories, they was selected from Eton, in Oxford, but Eton was a favourite place. No one came from the ordinary classes by then. And so here's these people bringing on these guys who are literally falling off their seats, these so-called stars, and murmuring completely gibberish back in reply to questions, because they were out of it, they were stoned out their gourds, and then the people who interviewed would laugh and say, "Aren't we kind of naughty?" Like chuckle. That's how they promoted the drug industry, and back then, aren't we? So here's your ruling classes. Remember, the British government is a government asset, an agency of the government, I should say, not an asset, an agency. The BBC, promoting drugs for youngsters. Well, don't follow someone who's upright and a kind of mannish-looking guy, clean and all the rest of it, with good ideas. Give them this instead. Do you understand how it works? Huh? And then they give equivalent ones to the girls, you see. And it isn't until you really compare them with the goals of communism and Marxism that you start to say, why would the ruling elite of your country be promoting something that the communists wanted, the Frankfurt School wanted? They went through it too. Again, the Macy Group, Bertrand Russell, all of them. All the ones who were actually allowed to come in after World War II and come together and work in huge think tanks to create a new culture for the West. And your tax money paid for it all. And even today, we are the fallout of their plans, all of it, We're the fallout of their plans. And it hasn't finished yet. They did a lot of planning back then. They knew what they would do step by step. Everything is done is from blueprints. They're gone over continuously and get micro adjustments to make it more effective. And nothing's left to chance. Nothing is left to chance in our system at all. Nothing at all. What you always find with those who rule, who want to bring in a system using all other systems and all other groups and classes and organizations, is to get the youth to go forward with it all. Usually always under the guise of communism. People always thought, it must be communists, and so on. And they keep the same characters, including some I've mentioned tonight already, keep talking about even dropping the age to vote for youngsters, because they know they can program youngsters very quickly, the younger they are too, and they'll parrot, and they'll never ever. It takes life experience to start to decide for yourself that what you've been taught and what's been promoted to you often is for other reasons by other people for nefarious purposes. That's called wisdom. Children don't have the wisdom. They see it in black and white. There's no shades of grey. Everything's promoted in a certain way, never with shades of grey. In other words, a whole chunk of the middle story is always missing. So they see bad this side and good that side. It's very simple. And it works very well. Yes, again, the Marxist idea was the destruction of private property for most people. And by that, they would say land too, but private property. The state should own everything. And you would have the state managing even anything that remained as pseudo-private, you see. Like corporations and so on, the state would still have the upper hand in running these things and upper control of shares, etc. And never mind the fact that they would have the end of marriage again, you see. They would destroy that. And everyone eventually would work for the state, and the state would pay you. Well, you see, it's happened with this great reset. You're already through it. This is what COVID's about. The government's paying you to stay home. And it's borrowing money, supposedly, from some Wizard of Oz somewhere that just makes out of nothing. But regardless if it's made out of nothing, you're put down. The government has put all the taxpayers down, all the citizens down, as the guarantors to pay it back. Regardless if you've got nothing to pay it back with. No, you'll have something, including, you already had it floated, in fact. The whole idea was floated. Once again with Soros. So if it was back in the early, it was February, March, they came out with perpetual debt, a loan that you wouldn't pay it off. You just keep on paying interest forever and ever, he said. That was in the newspapers. I'll see if I can find it again and put that link up. So you're living through an incredible agenda, pre-planned. And you can't, when you keep falling over the same sticks in the road and logs, they shouldn't be there. Something's telling you something, and it's not accidental. It doesn't mean it's a big wind that day, and all the trees fell down. You got to start saying, wait a minute here, what is all this? So the COVID has fulfilled a communist manifesto. Because now you have the merger of public-private partnerships, which is a good. You're starting to get the picture why the elite want a form of Soviet system of socialism. They like to tell us socialistic. It's not really communism, really, huh? Same with Fabianism. It's all isms, you see, but it's all the same thing. No. It's a few at the very top of the pyramid, with a big helping class. That's the ones below the eye, maybe level at the top levels, maybe 2 or 3 levels. Those in academia and science and management, civil service, and so on. All the social sciences and psychology, behavior, all that stuff. And then down below, and then you have a military force and police force below that to impose it all when it comes down to it. And then you have all the rest of the public working for the state to pay off debts forever and so on. And to bring in austerity, a post-consumerist society. It's all been accomplished through this, isn't it? And the state is now your paymaster. That's what it's come down. This is just the start of this. The articles I've read over this last, I forget it all. I've read so much stuff that's coming out my ears. And a lot of it's just repetitive to get the point home, to make you think this is inevitable. That's the reason for most of the news that's put out there. And the technique in which it's written is to make you think it's inevitable. And it's psychological warfare. That's why they're using PSYOP teams, not just to go after people who don't want vaccinations, but to go after people who are putting out any information on what this is all about. Psychological warfare. Any dissenters, you must be all for what the experts say, or you're a dissenter. You see, you're not allowed a point of view. You're not someone with a contrary point of view. No, you're a dissenter. You're an enemy of the people. That's standard warfare propaganda. Demonize your targets before you attack them. That way, the public say, "Oh well, they were fools and idiots and crazy folk anyway." And they're an enemy of the people. See. They're a danger to the people. That documentary, that woman's, but it's all scripted for them to say, to get other folk who fall for it all, thinking, well, you'll kill them then. Why don't you all kill them then? They're a danger to us all. That's the message they're really trying to get across to the people. So they'll say it themselves, yeah, they're dangerous for us. Yeah. But why would you worry if the vaccine's so efficacious? You take it on, you'll be safe from it. Why would you care about folk who, obviously, then would only be threatening themselves? If everyone else is vaccinated, you're quite safe, right? Isn't that the truth of it? Huh? And then you have that caveat put into all the reports from the vaccine man. They say, well, it might stop you getting the disease. Well, what's the point in having it then? And you will have side effects in some people. That always have side effects in a select amount of people. They don't want to. Again, it'd been very bad if you mention that, but there's never been a vaccine ever put out there that hasn't had terrible side effects on a certain percentage of the populace, who might have been perfectly fine if they never got the vaccination. You see. But again, facts don't matter. So when you're under tyranny is when your government demonizes a segment of the population and uses tax money to demonize them. And preparedness and readiness for those people to be attacked by your own governmental forces. That's what it's for, folks. You know, that's war. That's what we do in warfare. And these PSYOP teams are the same teams they've used across the Middle East and Afghanistan and Iraq and against Iranians, in fact, and other countries. They help topple color with revolutions using social media. People in other countries, Egypt at one time. They use them against Syria and other target populations. And they've been using them on the general public at the same time for at least 30 years. Regardless, as now they're just becoming a bit more open about it, because the military will be used not just for that eventually. If they can't get their way, they'll use literally armed force. That's what you're smelling coming down the pike here against their own people. In other countries, the British Commonwealth countries seem to be leading the charge in it, which doesn't surprise me. Because I say the British Commonwealth countries, I mean, Britain never really had a written constitution. It was a class-driven society, and it still is. They call it monarchical government, but with the royalty at the head of it. Well, it should be one or the other. It wouldn't really matter to me, because they all go the same way anyway. I mean, and I really think that some people in the past, when all this was debated over and over in far greater detail and accuracy than you get today to do with what kind of government is the best kind of government to have. And you had arguments between Jefferson, Hamilton, and Hamilton. I think Jefferson had disagreements because Hamilton liked certain characters in history. He liked the great Alexander the Great, people who were out for conquest and to advance civilization by slaughtering folk, the old idea, and plundering them, but then putting the proper folk in charge to create a commonwealth. You see, that's why they really admire Alexander. A commonwealth. That's where you steal all the wealth of the commoners and put in a big pot, which is your own pot, you see, and you got the lid for it. But anyway, yeah, Alexander the Great and other characters like him, and I've no doubt too, Hamilton might have even liked Napoleon. He admired that kind of audacity, the daring. Knights like that, daring. You're very daring. Meaning you do things which no one would think you should or would do. You dare to do it, and you do it. So that's what knights are. The knights are fond of. They're looking at that kind of conquest by audacity, you see, bold. And Jefferson thought these characters that you're talking about were tyrants, really. They were murderous tyrants and robbers, and that was their big difference. But Hamilton did say one thing when they were discussing what kind of government they should form with the founders. And he said, well, he says, if you have a government, an electorate with a Congress and so on, you could end up in the future, years in the future, having thousands of families to take care of and pay to live in a life of luxury which is above the common people, because they all knew that government would never give themselves what we call a working man's wage. We the people only go so far. And servants in so-called democratic constitutional republics or the constitution or democracies, all the same kind of patter. But these public servants, they end up being multimillionaires, most of them, where the people they're serving pay for it all and they're broke. Something's wrong with it. So at least Hamilton saw that, and he said, wouldn't it be better that just, because they're discussing a monarchy as opposed to a Congress with a constitution and thousands of employees. And so he said that. He said, it would be better than just getting a monarch in with his family, and even if it's got so many dependents and relatives, if you go, say about 50 or 60 or something, it's still cheaper to pay them than to pay for thousands of civil servants, their families, and senators, and yada, 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 yada. So he had a point there. If things were on the up and up, and you had a decent monarchy, but again, monarchies go up and down with good ones and bad ones. Sometimes you get someone who's got other hobbies, and that's okay. He doesn't want to go off and slaughter people or set the king's men on the public to get more taxes from pigs and sheep and hens off them, which they used to be in the Middle Ages. So anyway, we live in quite a system where you can be trained to save a system which may have stood for something at one time but doesn't today. It's not long ago, it was the last few, I think it was when Bush was in, maybe, or Obama, where the Congress voted to give themselves the rights to do insider trading in the US. The rest of the public, if they do that, it's illegal and they go to prison for it. But because they would get the dibs, as you say, on what was coming up for government investments and private businesses for federal contract, so they would jump on the bandwagon and be okay for them to invest in these upcoming things, which the public wouldn't even know about at the time. Well, that's called corruption, folks. But they made it legal because they gave themselves a right. So there you go. In the US, we look at it's no different in the British system. Politicians are the most crooked folk you can meet. Years ago, in Britain, they used to publish this once in a blue moon. When they're bored stiff in the newspapers industry, they'd tell you little bits of tidbits of gossip on different politicians that were in power at that time, and how they got started, and how they had the worst records for bankruptcies and failing to pay this and pay that and so on, and spendthrift and borrowing and blowing money. I mean, they had hardly the right. But again, that's exactly with the big state, the real big state, the deep state that really runs everything. These are exactly the ones that they do want in, because they're all blackmailable. They're all up to their eyes in the hawk anyway, in one way or another. And they love a lot of money, and they'll keep their mouth shut when they're offered it, you see. So they're very blackmailable. They're bought off. Of course, they're bought off by a system that'll take care of them as long as they do what they're told. And it's been like that for an awful long time. Awful long time. You probably saw that article recently with Obama and Bill Clinton and George Bush Jr., little Bush, posing, or they'll volunteer to take a shot on television, the vaccine, to prove that it is quite safe. Well, why would you believe three liars anyway? Shame on you. Shame on you, folks. Bill Clinton was the big deep states boy at the time. It didn't matter what he did, who he molested. They cleaned up his messes for him. The media kept off his back no matter what happened. Hey? Of course he did. George Bush Jr., same kind of thing. His history. And he was put in for a purpose, and his purpose was to fulfill the agenda for the Peanut Group. His whole cabinet was full of them, who made up the list of countries they wanted taken out. All you had to do again was then demonize them. It even came out from after, of course, it was all over. People who helped in the deep state at that time came out, because they love to boast about things, and how they would supply Bush Jr. only with the kind of news that he wanted for the cabinet meetings every morning as they're building up to wars with Iraq and other ones too. And he says, only give me evidence. I only want to hear stories that falls on the plus side of going to war with them. And that's all came out. Then when Obama got in, Rumsfeld congratulated Obama. From a different party, right? Parties are a joke. And politics is one big party for them all. So Obama got congratulated by Donald Rumsfeld for continuing the same wars and even expanding them into more wars. And during that whole time, even going way back to the 2009-10 with the so-called swine flu joke that came out at the time, too. Same big drama. Made lots of vaccines and folk didn't want them. No, but we survived it. Without them, right? But Obama was supposedly picking the targets for the drone strikes. That was the newspapers at the time. They said he enjoyed picking the targets for the day of folk to be taken out by drones. Quite some, eh? And he continued the wars and expanded the wars. So here's someone from a different party and being congratulated by the previous party for continuing the wars on behalf of someone else, or a force that's something else than what you think it is. Of course it is. This international intelligence, it really runs the system. So you only trust the reason. And by the way, during that 2009 one, as I was talking about, they were going to give everybody vaccines for that time. Oh my goodness, yes. And the German government was going to mandated the Germans were all going to take it. But they themselves wouldn't take it, the parliamentarians, they said in Germany, because they didn't trust it. So they wanted a different kind made especially for themselves. So you'd really believe Obama and Bill Clinton and little George Bush, you'd really believe them taking the vaccine live on TV, wouldn't you? If they ever do, it'd be sterile water. There's no way they'd even risk it on them. They wouldn't. There's no way they'd risk it on them. I've said there's always a certain percentage that have terrible reactions and deaths. And all kinds of vaccines. That's just what happens. I read the articles years ago when it happened with the swine flu one and different ones too. When the companies said the comeback to the people, well, you see, you had the wrong kind of genes. No, your genes are fine. And they've always been fine. They'll be fine for the rest of your lives too. Well, you had the wrong kind of genes, you see, it reacted against our vaccine. Because see, their type is a one vaccine fits all. That's how it's done. And it's too bad. And you can't sue them. They've all been granted immunity. I read the articles a few weeks ago on that, or months ago now. They give themselves, they've got total immunity. Whoever gets it to you has got total immunity to say, well, I still say you're supposed to get informed consent before they can do anything to you. Which means they have to sit down and explain it, not to say it's good. That's good. Good tells me nothing. It's got to be, they'll answer your questions. And if you say no and it's forced on you, you should get the names of those people who are forced and going to do it to you. That's your right, folks. That's your right. I keep going back to the Nuremberg trials, the Nuremberg Code, where nothing experimental can be tried upon the public. And again, it's without their consent. But at the time, it just says they can't be tried on the public. The added is like just Orwell's Animal Farm, where they have the little constitution written by the pigs. Then the pigs alter it by adding things at the end, eventually over time, because at first they said that because the pigs would have nothing to do with humans, you see, and the pigs that led all the animals, they were the leaders. The pigs, they were the kind of bureaucrats that took over. The rest of them did the fighting, but the pigs put themselves in charge. And they wrote on the wall their constitution, you see, their Bill of Rights. And it says, animals shall not sleep in human beds. And because the pigs had started to adapt and moved into humans' houses and get the comforts. And then when they went up the ladder one night and added on the end of it, of that one sentence, it says, with sheets. You see? So now you can sleep in beds. That's how things are done. That's why Orwell gave us all these examples through his comedy drama, An Animal Farm, of how things really, really happen and how it really happens and works over time. And that's what happens to the Constitution of the US too. And amendments galore and little caveats, and then they use previous trials and they'll debate that into the earth to try to get... lawyers are there to design so whoever wants things changed can get it changed for any particular situation. That's what they do, Why, I used to wonder, they used to have top lawyers, and all countries have them, and they're publicised for big fees. And in England, some of them, their top ones are in London, and they're Queen's counsels. They actually represent the Queen occasionally. And they're called QCs. And Canada had some too. They had a Toronto lawyer called Clayton Ruby. And Clayton Ruby is still on the go. It was always in the newspapers. The big high-profile cases cost millions of bucks, big bucks to... Well, if law was so straightforward, why would someone who can get you off and cost millions to do so, but get you off anyway, when another lawyer who's equally trained couldn't? Because that one had a better gift of reinterpreting the law. I mean, come on here. Law is supposed to be straightforward and simple. You shouldn't need anyone to interpret it for you. That's part of the con of running a modern society, where everything has to have an expert explain things to you. And one explanation for the same topic might alter next year if you ask the same question. Oh, that was then. That was a different truth then. This is a new truth. The truth fairy, eh? So there you go. That's where we are in this day and age. We've been programmed for what's to come, as I've said, through fiction. In the years gone by, they gave you a good one, which was Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. It was a good book on the previous ones too, but it was very apropos at the time in the 1930s when eugenics was really spoken about quite openly. Inferior peoples and superior peoples and class systems and higher IQs and all the whole Galton idea. And quite open. There was no shame for these guys to discuss it in public or on the BBC radio for that matter, or in the newspapers and magazines. That was a big thing. And the States did the same thing with Rockefeller's Better Families Associations and magazines, And it kind of fell out of favour to an extent during World War II, because Hitler put it into practice to an extent, and not that he was the first one either. They were already sterilising people in the States and in Britain, and compulsory sterilisations for the feeble-minded, you understand. Isn't it amazing too, the same organisations, they'll go after people because it says they're not quite up to par for their standards, you see. And they use the excuse, they're feeble-minded. I often wonder about that. There's a movie put out about Tomorrow's Children, it was called, showing an example of what they were doing way back then. And I thought about that, and I thought, well, here they were going, and what they'd use Well, you see, they breed, you see. These feeble-minded people breed. It's like Idiocracy, only put back in the past, the movie. And, well, they breed, you know. And the elite didn't like that. They didn't like them breeding. So they would sterilize them. And they could do it with male or female. But it didn't really matter to the elite themselves. They did it mainly with the females that I've read of. Some guys too. Now, they would say today, you see, well, you think about today. Actually, take it from the 1930s, for goodness sake, or in the 40s. This is what the elite were promoting, using your tax money, was to start sterilizing people. Because they deemed them unfit. And folk who hadn't a good education or were put down in a lower class, who were horny, should be sterilized. They had amorous stirrings, put it that way. Which isn't surprising, you know, because most folk get them, that's why we're all here. But it was also to do with the time era. They were through the roaring 20s and the 30s, think about it. Where they were really pushing at the time for sterilization by promoting the very problem through the culture industry. And when they had the big prohibition era, there's no shortage of booze, the right places. It meant that who was bringing in the cash was a different group, that was all. The gangster group that moved in did it all. And it made it more exciting, even in their movies, for the youngsters. They gave them the dances with a miniskirt. You know, that was the time of the kind of frilled miniskirt that they actually used for some of their dances and so on. And they did have drugs, by the way. Cocaine became popular back then. And they flooded the market in the booze cans with it too, and of course illicit booze. So it was very exciting and bad. And youngsters like to be bad, and so that's how you do. You create that. But they didn't have the birth pill, didn't have abortion industry on the go, at least the official one, and they had the fallout from it all. So at the same time they're pushing that, and then they're going to sterilize people who actually act it out because they didn't have the right stuff, you see. And then again, you look down the road when they really went to work using tax money to find a way to alter the hormonal structure and system of women with the so-called birth pill, contraception pill. And then and at the same time, they gave you drugs and rock and roll at the same time in the 60s. Once again, drugs, booze, rock and roll, and the good times, etc. And the miniskirt at the same time, they brought it all out again. Oh, and then it brought you the abortion industry. Well, there's all this fallout too. There's still folk who get pregnant and either on the pill. So here's the abortion industry. But it's okay now we can get government money to deal with that. Step by step to get society to where they had planned to a long time before, you know. Back to the drawing board sort of idea and how it comes. And so here they are promoting sexual promiscuity for everybody then. Only a few years, really, after they'd stopped sterilizing people. Think about it. And they weren't worried then. But then from the 1950s and 60s, but really through the 60s and the 70s onwards, you just start to get these publications and studies. These studies just happen to be done through taxpayers' money every year on the declining sperm rate and motility rates and abilities of sperm, the sperm count for males. It kept took over, it's okay now to just be uninhibited, so to speak, but let's go. Everybody's becoming sterile, for goodness sake, or a lot of them are. Until now, it's a growth industry and artificial inseminations and all of that jazz. So it's, and they're not worried about the falling sperm rate and the problems that women are having too. And of course, you don't have any problem with it unless if it's planned that way. So you're not worried about it. They know what's causing it. In other words, otherwise they would spend countless amounts of your money to find out what's causing it all, because it wouldn't be planned. Nothing can happen in their system unless it's planned. You understand? So yeah, you do all the right things and try to please your masters. You just don't know. So unless you know the big picture, you can never please your masters. And even then, you can't please. It's not meant that you please them. They're never pleased. You're living through a massive system, a big plan that unfolds centuries. These guys plan in centuries. What do you think all the articles from the 1990s were about? The coming century of change, the great transition. Lots of things would transition into a 21st century. But all the old goals for a properly run society, according to academia, would be fulfilled. It'd start it off. And then a whole agenda to kick off. The agenda for the 21st century, Agenda 21. All the way from the Rio Summit and Maurice Strong and all the rest of them, all up in the present time, all came from the same sources, the same groups, by the way. Actually, the same group that run them all. And into a post-consumer society, and it all have to be done within 100 years of this century, the 21st century. And they've got it split up into chunks where they all meet and discuss how well it's all been. Have we fulfilled this little bits, this little sections, have we fulfilled all the requirements and achieved our goals? And what's the next, what we got scheduled for the next 15 years or so, whatever it is, when they meet again. All the way up until the end of the century. And it doesn't stop there either, but that's what they've got planned already. It planned in the 90s for this whole century, for the 21st century. Here you are, eh? And most folk don't know. They drift through it, and they're given their stars to follow and their idols to follow, and they're given their cultural updates through schooling and through movies and fiction and all this, and they emulate what they see, and they dress the way they're told to dress and cut their hair the way they're told to cut their hair, and even if they want to protest, they're given outfits and hairdos for protesting. It's all done for them. They never stop and wonder about that, you know. Never stop and wonder about that at all. And that's how the world's run. Now remember, folks, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Send me a few bucks my way, or you can buy the books and discs, but donations are certainly welcome. And I will say, when you go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com, make sure you list all the other sites listed on that site. These are all my official sites. And if one goes down, then hopefully the others there you can still get my talks from. Because when the government's letting the military loose on the public, folks, and PSYOP teams and cyber teams. It's not just PSYOP, psychological warfare, it's also cyber teams, so-called cyber warriors, and young guys that have come from video games and Xboxes all the way into the employment by the military, and they're given access to the internet, all the back doors in your computers and so on, and they mess it up and they slow your speed for this now, and they just tick you out, and they sit and laugh because they're really children, well-paid children, a lot of them. Even in their 20s and 30s, well-paid children. They never stop and think what they're doing, you know. That's what you get in totalitarian systems. The Stasi had it. They're very arrogant, the Stasi, because they had all the data on every single person, volumes of data from birth to death on everybody. East Germany, Stasi. The lives of others is well worth watching again. And they play with people. That's what they do. What great power for an anonymous person to spy on folk, know everything they're doing, saying almost what they're thinking, and then play with them, and then laugh. Oh, he's trying to get through. You watch, look at this site, and I'm stopping him doing it. I'm annoying. Oh, what fun! Eh? This is freedom. This is democracy in action, is it? When your governments are doing this, no, it's called tyranny. It's called tyranny, folks. And there is no democracy now. That's the message. There's no democracy. When you don't have the rights that you had before, there is no democracy. When governments are using all the forces of warfare upon its own population, psychological and cyber propaganda warfare on its own people, and with threats, and the hints of threats as well, not just declarations, you're under tyranny. And there's no point really talking much more about that part of it. It's self-evident. That's what you have, and your government's forgotten all about you as far as your rights. Your rights are a nuisance, they're an impediment to being ruled. Not governed, but ruled. See, technocracy, this technocratic kind of system run by experts that Quigley was a member of too, the CFR groups and the higher group within the society. They planned on up this time and era where they'd all come into their own more openly, all these different factions of specialists, and take over the running of everything. It could only be done, you see, under a war-type scenario, a threat of war. It's a war on a disease, an invisible thing no one can see or feel or even find, to an extent. They haven't isolated this virus, yet. Isn't that astonishing? So anyway, countrymatrix.com, you can use PayPal, you can send cash, personal checks. MoneyGram still works. Some countries can still use international postal money orders that they get from their post offices. They can't get it from the States to Canada now, but some other countries can still use them. But cash is fine too. And hopefully we can tick along as we go through this amazing historical event, in the hope that down the road there'll be someone, just like Orwell's, just like 1984, George Orwell and Winston sitting in his little corner of a room, outside of a camera watching him in his own home, writing to those in the future, That's what we're doing right now, in a sense, in the hope that there will be someone that cares enough in the future, or after this post-democratic system, post-consumer society, into a total, not just, or post-service economy almost, with a total lockdown, and going into austerity, it's just poverty, really. It's manufactured, planned poverty. The same tyrants that gave you communism, because they were all from outside the countries of Soviet Union that planned it all and implemented it and studied it too. The Fabians in Britain, well funded by the Astors and the Royal Institute for International Affairs, they all studied the system, and they liked these good points for an obedient population that did what they were told and could implement any new novel thing and experimentation, and they would accept it, and they'd behave the way they were told to behave, and so on. And it's more tidy that way, isn't it, than having rights, for goodness sake. You got to see their point of view. So Orwell's Winston talks to those in the future from someone in the past, and hopefully, as I say, that will have people in the future will understand what we're prattling about here. But again, it might end up being like a Brave New World scenario, where they've changed society so much. They've got a very much smaller population through literally creating embryos themselves in laboratories pretty well. And in a society where everyone has a function, you see, there's no excess population. Everyone must have a function. That's true socialism, you see, which the elite love. And there's a kind of upper class, an alpha plus type class there too, mind you. They enjoy the leisures and the pleasures of the society they look over and rule over. But also there's the outside of their area in the novel form, in the book. Huxley had the primitives, the ones who hadn't joined in the beginning, and somehow they survived in the wild people. And they lived in the old-fashioned way of breeding normally and things like that. Eventually, even saying that will be banned from saying breeding normally, the way things are going. You understand how you've been trained, especially this last 10, 15 years, as they train you to accept all things which are completely different. And then you're attacked if you mention that word normal anymore. You're getting trained, you see. So eventually, as they take you into a system, maybe even a post-COVID system, maybe even where things go wrong and folks start being even more infertile, perhaps, through all of this because of something, And that ties in the little clip I'll put up there with Sir John Bell from Oxford University, who's also a member of the SAGE group, talking in an interview about the vaccine for COVID He actually mentions in it, it's unlikely this vaccine will sterilize everyone on television, apparently. And I don't know what context he was trying to put across, and did he just get the wrong word or what it was? But you can see the presenter kind of being a bit startled, put his hand over his mouth when he hears this. It's unlikely to sterilize everyone. Is that the purpose of it? I mean, that's you're left wondering. And of course, you can't tell much from a little clip, a couple of minutes clip. So who knows what he's really trying to get at. And being nice folk, we give them the benefit of the doubt, of course. But yeah, in the primitive society outside the utopia of Brave New World, the big utopia city, they look at the primitives, and what they bring one in, and they politely talk to him and politely associate with them, and they're amused by him because his strange ideas like monogamy and having a mate that you could actually love instead of having a different sexual partner every night, like the utopia had. In fact, utopia mandated bonding was just not allowed, you see. And they laughed at his quaint ideas of honour and justice and things like that. All antiquated values. So maybe what we're talking about now in a post-COVID world down the road, because COVID's going to drag on for years, and this Sir John Bell actually mentions it himself. He said that this will probably end up being an annual vaccination, which I knew at the beginning, way back in February, maybe in January, this was where they'd end up going with all of this stuff. Because there's too much big money, guaranteed money for multi-billionaires so that really fills their coffers all the more, a guaranteed projected income as opposed to having you force the public to be terrified and to take things that they probably don't want, like they've been doing in the past, you see. So in true fascism, you always have government working hand in glove with the big corporations, like private companies. And why do things half measure? Why not go all the way into true fascism? And then tell the public it's really for the working people, it's for the common people, and all that stuff. So we're living through amazing times, yeah. So, well, in the future, looking back, will they even care what we think right now? It'd be a much, much smaller population. That's where they want to bring us to. Population control is the big one at the top. They're not afraid of diseases. They're not afraid at all. In fact, they were encouraged diseases, like Bertrand Russell said. We should have one bubonic plague type scenario at least once every generation, maybe twice. That's what he said. And he worked for the elite group, same elite group that are managing all of this, who want to help you, It doesn't really inspire confidence in those who've studied it enough. But of course, you're a conspiracy theorist if you think there are really people out to get you out there and do nasty things to you. That's a horrible thing to think that folk literally think about culling the population. Like Prince Philip said, he says, we mean nobility and massive country owners, not just landowners. He says, the guys whose family was kicked out of Greece eventually, the Greeks didn't want them either. They're appointed there before him, but they weren't even Greek, That didn't matter, but Prince Philip loved it. He was at the Sierra Club and all these big environmental groups. They're really fronts, he said. Well, you could tell by listening to him, they're really fronts for population control and reduction. The big problem is always too many people. And he says at the Swiss meetings, he says, we understand this problem. In a sense, after all, when there's too many animals coming to the same land and start eating the resources, it diminishes the supply of food for other animals, and we have to occasionally, like there's too many to deal. We must do a cull. And he's talking as an analogy for humans. Too many people here. You get an idea. They don't mince around with words here. And I love how the press, whenever it sneaks out in these meetings, things, they always, well, you see, he's dithering a bit. He's just a bit eccentric, Really, he's talking at world meetings, huge organizational meetings to do with population and resources and sustainability and too many people. And he's talking about culling the herd, but he doesn't really mean it. Oh. See, the problem is, in every generation, if you don't have a major war where slaughter takes place, then you really are out of touch. You can't believe it could ever happen, even though it may just have happened, even though it's happening in different countries right now, and different across the world. There's always many little wars going on. There's never a dull moment, you know. And but people go to sleep, they think, well, we're not in any major war, and it's not affecting me much, and it's something that really happens in the past. But we've evolved since my mum or dad's generation. It's almost, to them, it seems like they must be in the Flintstone era or something, their parents. But no, this happens all the time, folks. It's always the same things that happen, by the way, you know. And we just go along with it and whistle in the wind and pretend that everything's hunky. We're civilized now, and in 40, 50, 60, we become civilized. Just like that, you see. Even though nothing's changed in the brain. Maybe a few IQ points has dropped, but nothing else really. So we're amazing, you know, it's truly amazing. And again, the massive entertainment industry adds to that with all the trivia nonsense that they give you for entertainment, until you're not really in a reality at all. I couldn't believe the dramas that they created with the massive star-making machine which they have in the world. You know, stars are made, you know, nothing to do with talent really, generally. But they're made by the big machine. If they want someone to be a star, they'll make your granny a star. And in fact, they'll do it so well that you will think they're fantastic. And all it is going, if they're singing, for instance, they put them through a darn good studio. And a good sound engineer she'll end up sounding like something at 18 years old. And they'll have the best writers to do this, and best arrangers and orchestra and all that. That's how you do it, folks. And massive publicity, how wonderful they are. And you'll all start praising their abilities and talents, and you'll believe it all. Then they'll give you personal stories about their little affairs that they have on the side when they're 8 years old, and you'll believe that too. It's all fiction. It's all fiction, folks. But during, again, Great Depressions and wars, they give you more entertainment than you've ever seen before. That's why they're giving all these entertainers now free passes. They don't have to get tested traveling from place to place. They don't go into lockdowns. They don't go into quarantines, nothing. Because they're essential. Because it's wartime, you see. And the virus, as I said last week, it's an intelligent virus. It's very understanding that society needs it to entertain. It's not going to attack them, you see. Even though initially I actually call it the celebrity disease, because it seemed to, as these paid celebrities came, I think I had it, you know, and I'm quarantined in my 10,000 acre estate and my mansion and with all my servants and I guess only celebrities are getting. It's all con. It's just PR to get you to make it all real to you. Well, if Tom Hanks is doing that, I should just quarantine myself too. I had a sniffle last week. Yep, I did so. Yep, there you go. So simple, isn't it? Eh? But yeah, there's important folk and non-important folk in the wartime scenario. I was thinking back too to World War II and all the songs that they never made World War I. The songs that they poured out that machine, just like Orwell talked about how songs were made by machines in 1984, eh? And books too, of pornography. They always give you lots of pornography in these such societies. And it was all written by, again, basically made by machines. A form of computer. It didn't mention computer in that whole thing. It mentions being by machines, and the music is made by machines. Yeah. Because they always give you the same stuff. But they churned it out like crazy in World War I. That was a big explosion of songs for the war. I've mentioned before, some movies had lots of these songs in them, and that was a good one too. Oh, What a Lovely War. It was, they sung a lot of those songs that they made for the troops and for the people back home, and then they give you stars that sing them. They make them, again, they'll bring folk forward that you would never even go to pay sixpence for to hear singing live at one time in the World War I. But suddenly people would die to see them because they're made into stars, you see. World War II is exactly the same. And they made these silly little movies about them and how they'd fight the enemy. And you had George Formby with his buck teeth and all that, and he's playing his banjo and singing songs. And that's the simplistic stuff they gave for the general population. They got it all from Soviet Russia. Because the first thing they did in Russia too was really industrialize the budget, the very brand new industry of movies, even the silent ones. When Stalin came in, he really promoted it. He demanded that every town put up a cinema hall, and they got projectors in because it was so important. And they had the same kind of movies from the beginning of these are the little farming people, the ones that are left now had been killed off by the communists. The occasional farm, because there's now state owned, and the state ran it, and there's this little family there, and there's a little girl, and she notices a man hiding in a straw there, and he's obviously a counter-revolutionary, and this is the kind of rubbish they poured out there too, with pride and gestures and the noble hero, exactly the same as in the West for wars. It's the same system, isn't it? Really, of brainwashing the public, really through fiction, to make you proud, especially the youth, And that's how they do it, and give them lots of good songs. And anybody with a wise mind, it didn't have to know that, for instance, they didn't have to know that the U.S. Federal Reserve was set up, the Jekyll Island idea, but it was set up so that they could lend money like crazy for the coming World War I. And they did. They sat back for 3 years financing all sides for World War I. And they did it. This is recorded. It's not conspiracy stuff, It's recorded. The US was supplying money to all the banks in the west of Europe and their central banks and so on. And then at the end, they sent them in 1917 for the last year to take over and to ensure the end of the war. And then the banks would get paid massive amounts, which they were paid. That's quite good planning, that, isn't it? And the taxpayers would pay up and all the money, of course, that the US government had borrowed as well from the same characters. It works awfully well, doesn't it? But anyone, even who didn't know all that stuff with the coming World War II, because again they sat back for Britain was in it from 1939, and the US was in it the US came in 1942. But they sat back and borrowed and lent money again and watched which way the wind was blowing for World War II coming, which I don't blame them. They should have stayed out of it altogether, and they should have stayed out of World War I as well. Like the Founding Fathers said too, that they should stay out of foreign wars. But they were taken over already, undermined from within, by the same cabal that already ran Britain. And that's why, as I say, that Earl Grey came over and he was a go-between between the British establishment, the ones who owned Britain, and the ones who were owning America through finances and so on, for the great plan, for the great work of bringing the world together under their dominion. So yeah, you got to understand that, but even folk who didn't know all that stuff at the time, if they had a good musical sense, could know that the US was going to take over as the world's policeman, as they want to call it, policeman. We're not really stealing and starting having, we're really policing the world to keep it safe. You see? Just like Britain had been doing, you see? And the US was better at it. They had better public relations departments. As Bernays said, they even used one of them to convince the public to go into war for World War I. He boasted about it after the war. But anyway, the US is much better at it. But when you realise that the big band sounds that the US had leading up to World War II, they had better marching songs in Britain. I knew, if I was alive then, I would have said, they'll definitely, these guys are going to take over the world with these marching band songs. Much better, you see. They're updated and a better tempo, better for tapping your feet as opposed to just marching, you see. And so you could tell. And then, of course, Hollywood was in the act too, and a lot of the songs they still sing today for the regiments all came from Hollywood movies. So you talk about living in a fiction, It all works like a machine together, the whole lot of it. And with having more tax money, a bigger tax base than Britain, the US couldn't had to take over, you see. And now, with been so many wars are weakened, just like, Toynbee and other members of the establishment, this world establishment, talked about. They would rule the world for a while, maybe a generation, then they'll start to fail a bit, and then they'll revive back to its status as a power, and then they'll gradually just wean off and die. And then China would take over. That's what they discussed at their meetings in the 1930s. So that's what's happening. You're plundered, you see, for a cause you don't even understand. The cause really being, never mind all the reasons for wars, and the cause really being to bring the world under world government for those who are behind it all, and who boast about it in their meetings. How else could you plan such a future, eh? So, so that we all live in a fantasy thinking that we still have nations, and we've got rights within their nations, we can feel safe within our nations, and yada, 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 yada. Because when you get examples more recently than ever with the riots, the protests in the streets in the States and so on, and you start getting the message, there's a different system allowing all this to happen, obviously. I'll put up tonight too some articles. One was from Trump, as an urgent message from Trump. He goes through all the scandals, the stuff that the mainstream really is. That's one of your biggest proofs, in fact, is the fact that the mainstream media, the authorized media, the same media is censoring everybody and attacking people, viciously attacking people who speak out about things. The same media won't cover, all these videos that came out, not just of folk coming forward who were present at the counting booths and so on, and the counting stations and voting stations, showing you a video of people coming in with suitcases in the middle of the night and them ramming all this stuff through the machines and so on, maybe 2 or 3 folk there. Everybody else has been sent home. Incredible stuff going on, but it's been completely, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But that was all evident before Trump got in. It wasn't meant that Trump get in. It was a fluke, I think. But he got in anyway, and that really ticked him off from the very beginning. Everybody knew it. I mean, the media was just like, whoa, angry. You've never seen such anger, just anger. Nothing had been done yet by Trump, but they were just furious. The establishment had planned otherwise, you see. And now with Biden, it makes no difference, because now they're already got articles in the papers. We're back on course now with the climate agenda for sustainability, the agenda, for sustainability, and we'll be back at the conference, because that's what really COVID's about. COVID was to really achieve all the things that sustainability was to achieve, wreck the societies, the nations with their economies, just like war. That's what sustainability is to do too. Well, you can't have those factories, and you can't have this, and you can't manufacture, and you can't. You must go into austerity. It's the same agenda, you see. Only with this way, it's a faster way to get done, very quick, one fell swoop. But that's what the whole thing was about. For 4 years, regardless of what you think about Trump, regardless of the man, the fact is, they hated him. He couldn't even get cooperation within his own government on anything. That tells you there's a different system at work. And now, of course, even the even then the Republican Party wasn't backing him either, because they all sell out. They're all picked for their positions as actors pretty well, and they get to plunder society pretty good with, again, insider trading and stuff, and lobbying. They'll get all these little gifts from lobbying, etc. That is so corrupt. That is the system. And all the biggies that run the social platforms for the public, we're all fronts. They're all front people. I did these talks years ago. That's how they do it. They set them up as like geniuses, but of course they're all part of it. To control the world, even one nation, you must set up your own main fronts and own them. You own them. And the big organization that runs the planet owns these social platforms. They don't leave anything to chance. And the front characters all know it. They do what they're told. Why would they be censoring all speech? You see? Back in the 90s, they had lots of articles out there from politicians and people within politics and lifelong political hacks and so on, talking about the problem of the coming computer system and internet And they said that how would we compete when people are talking to each other? We give them the narratives, and here they'll be talking to each other with their own narratives, and that could be dangerous, you see. And had lots and lots of articles about how they would combat it and set up organizations to fight and to maintain the narrative and on media for the public. That's what the mainstream papers have been doing forever, you see. That's where you got your mainstream news from, and that's the way it happened, and that's the news for tonight, etc. That's what you got. And folk believed the news because they were getting no other versions of it, you see. They've always done that. And again, the Rockefeller had, and other organizations under that Rockefeller umbrella did the same thing. They had meetings in the 20s and 30s and studies to see how many newspapers they could own, they need to own, and magazines in order to control society. And if they had the big ones, then all the little ones would follow them and copy them, etc. And that's exactly what they did. At that time, they thought it was around 30, I think, around 30 at that particular time. And that would control all the other media that would just copy from them. You see? That's how it was done. They even had ones, they decided it would be just for civil servants. They still have them, by the way. The civil servants read all this kind of stuff. It's for them. Because they see themselves, they actually think of themselves mistakenly as a part of the ruling, because they're in on more secrets, and they see the public as them. That's what the public are. They're them. They're the little people. Because they're very arrogant, you see. It breeds arrogance. That kind of secrecy from the public. Public servants never serve the masters properly, do they? And that's how you control the narrative on everything. And when the internet really came into its own, more so after 2000, there was all kinds of optimism initially from those who were really into the true geeks, as they call them. They would think there'd be more openness and honesty and more news circulating to open up and give more freedoms to the society that they'd been restricted for so long. And in no time at all, the same groups and Silicon Valley starts again working for the CIA, which they had already done, of course, and like the NSA, and they start tightening the ropes and starting again subverting, destroying, as they do in cyber warfare, putting out of business, and then taking over the same kind of blogspot type idea by their operatives, you see. Lots of them out there that are working for the NSA. You don't know that. And cyber warfare. They actually have it, like I mentioned last week, in the unconventional warfare manual for the US military, the ones that they're now using in Canada and the States and elsewhere. They actually say that in it, so that they will control the narrative. Again, it's not just total spectrum dominance. It's also all narrative, you see. And you displace the people, you put them under, you stop them getting money, you get them into poverty, get them on the street if you can. And then you give a clone type character who says the exact same things, you see. And you even get them more ammunition to get an audience with itching ears. Oh, tell me more, tell me. I never heard that before. And then you'll back them, and the audience is then following. And they'll lead you in circles and circles and circles. They really will. Right down to telling you who to vote for when they're bringing voting back in again. It's quite comical. But that's what they use. And they're using it all here now. Same thing. Right? Same colour revolutions on their own people. And they'll back them financially awfully well. They may even give them even real businesses to run. I did these talks again in the late 90s. Because the CIA never ever gave up their initial foot in the door to create the narrative for the general population during the communist era, fighting the Soviet era. When they had lots of stations out there initially to counter communist propaganda. They never let it go after the so-called end of communism. Standard techniques. You create your You create the stars. Again, you make the stars for the people by eliminating all the rest of them around. Back in the 90s, there was lots and lots of radio stations it was fantastic to tune in at night on a good AM receiver into the US from Canada, as an example, and listen to the viewpoints, because you had people who really were well up on, and I mean a general population well up on all the dirty tricks being played over many years inside the US and elsewhere. And it was good to hear them talking more freely about these things in the States, and lots of radio stations that really, some of them were small radio stations and did have locals in, and local business folk and ordinary folk, just ordinary people, discussing what happened in their lifetime. That's all gone now. It's all been wiped out and replaced with your superstars, you see. And a lot of dirty tricks were involved with that too, with some people. And that's why they started targeting the ordinary people in the States in the late 90s, because there was so much evidence of changes coming that people were getting wary of it, and they knew something really stank. And and the government was getting ready for fight backs from the peoples themselves. Absolutely. Mostly all gone now. Although still float the same ideas of the targets they're after. Oh, it's those terrible so-and-sos. Yeah. Pretty sad stuff, isn't it? What's happening? But you really expect to be left alone. See, you've really drunk the Kool-Aid if you really believe they lived in a nice society. It was all on the up and up, and it was all above board and nice and all. Doesn't mean that folk inside it are not. There's a lot of nice people inside your system. Of course there is. Absolutely. But the overarching stuff is completely different. You're living within a mystic system, and you don't even realize it. You're not supposed to realize it. That's how they say it's effective. By the fact most folk, or a certain percentage, think it's all quite real. All of it. It's astonishing. And those that the system has given more to, allowed to accumulate more, are the worst of all. The kind of upper middle classes and middle class. They think, we did pretty good in the system, and they've got their investments, and I know some people are like that. They've got all these investments, and some of them live on their investments, and they listen to these radio shows all day long, investing, and they have their special ones on the internet and so on. And it's like a constant runoff of investments for the day, And yet they follow the whole system, think it's all perfectly real and good and the whole thing, and then they're all ready to run off and get their vaccinations, because they like life so much. They're terrified of dying, and this terror, it's a campaign of terror that's terrorizing people, makes them want to get it, to save their lives. That's what they think. They can't imagine getting wiped out. Well, this is a war scenario, and then part of the intention is to wipe you out financially. I hope you understand that. They talked about through sustainability, the best thing they could do, said Morris Strong, was to completely dismantle all industry in the West. All, he says, all, not some, but all. And here they go, it's been done through free trade. Let's ship it all offshore, build up China, as we take down the West. And the West will keep paying for the coming up of so-called emerging nations into power. India too, you're financing India now as well. As you get poorer and poorer, because that's what your master's designed for you. All the politicians signed on to it. Let's export all our factories over to China. Old story for me, but occasionally I mention it here because there's still folk coming in who are new, who don't even know that, what happened recently, not that long ago. They really don't know. Living in a service economy, I used to liken to a dog falling into a swimming pool. And it can paddle and paddle and paddle until it's totally exhausted. That's what a service economy is, and then you drown. It's not meant that it goes on forever. You import everything, it goes through middlemen until it ends up in stores or outlets, and And that's it. All the other levels of production and to manufacture all gone. Many, many layers go into of production in factories, and businesses go into the making of even cutlery sets. Simple things like that. It's multi-level, from the raw ore all the way up to the finished product. And each one is a tax base for government. That's all gone too. All the taxes are then laid on you, the consumer. It's all planned this way. I remember reading articles in the 70s about that. In Britain, when they were discussing, if we go all the way into a free trade deal with the European Union and we bring in value-added taxes and things, and he says, eventually all that, and you begin a consumer society, eventually, and you're not self-sustainable as a nation, you see. That's part of it all. It's called interdependence, to ensure that you're not independently stable and survivable. You need other countries to survive. That's what it's about. Interdependence, that term that you hear floated all the time on free trade. So now in the West, you can't even make your own cutlery. There's nothing left. You've got nothing left. Now they want to do away with all what's left of your meat industry and dairy industry for sustainable reasons, and have you eating insects shortly. And I mean it. You probably read or heard of the article put out by the World Economic Forum by their senior writer, Mr. Schwab's senior writer, Douglas Broom. He says 5 reasons we need to start nurturing and eating weeds. I like the wee part. I'm sure he'll be doing that, right? He won't be eating that, but you will. I mean this. This is published stuff this week, You got to wake up, folks. Did you vote for Schwab or the World Economic Forum? Quite amazing, isn't it? Remember, folks, buy the books and discs at cuttingthroughthematrix.com or donate to me. cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Go into the website, you'll see how to get cash to me. PayPal, personal checks is fine. Cash is fine. And you can also send a MoneyGram even. And I'm sure there's other ways you can get cash to me in this day and age, but send it to me, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And hopefully we can keep ticking along here as we go through this amazing historical time of transformation. I also put up a link from a clip from the Premier of Alberta talking about the Great Reset, Mr. Schwab's Great Reset. And he says it's a mixed bag of far-left wish lists, basically. That's all in there, the whole lot of it. That's exactly what it is. Far left is the dominant, richest folk on the planet that run it all. So we've got to stop thinking what left wing is anymore. It doesn't mean looking after working folk or folk in general. No. It's a preferable method for the technocratic smooth running of a society owned and run by experts who've planned a system of subsistence for you, subsistence living, barely getting through, and a lot of other things too, which you won't like. They don't like too many people. That's why Prince Philip is a member of all these groups. Same groups, folks. The richest folk on the planet. During the Cold War, some top people in MI5 and MI6, MI5 mainly, since they were internal, they were dealing with internal security during the communist era. And many other things to deal with too, but some of them, again, everything is tiered. It's a leveled system, a tiered system of what you know and what is your right to know, etc., according to what your duties in that system happen to be, the level, your pay grade. But some of them came out after the Cold War and said we couldn't understand why so many of them that were for a Sovietized system were members of the House of Lords, the nobility. Even in, I think it was Deep Cover, or Blade on the Feather it was also called. The movie, a very good movie actually, and it had Donald Pleasance in it. It had a scene where Donald Pleasance, who had worked and recruited for the communists when he was a professor at university, in the movie, and he was explaining to this guy who was sent by the elite ruling party. It's an interesting one to watch, because the person who was sent to kill him, because they thought the professor was going to let the bag open eventually and tell the public his life story and how he'd helped recruit all these different people. But Pleasance says in it at the end, he said, they all came from our class, He says, not some of them, all these agents that worked in Britain for the Soviet system. He says, not some of them, he says, but all of them. They all had the silver spoon in their mouths. It came from the silver spoon in their mouths. And now you're starting to get the picture here. You got to get away from this idea of just left wing, And even your perception of what the left wing even is, they're not the working class anymore. They're far, far away from that. But it is the technocratic system of efficiency. You can't have folk doing what they want to do and make their own plans for life and deciding what they want to even work at, Can't have that. Let's have efficiency. And there's too many of them anyway. Let's bring down their population numbers, for goodness sake. That's what sustainability is all about. They got all these different... Look them up. It's not pleasant. I know you've been trained not to look at unpleasant things. It's not to look at all their meetings for sustainability. And it always comes... Even the climate change, which was to do with sustainability, that was the reason for it. Bring down the population. Each mouth that's born is another mouth that's to be fed and acquire and accumulate and so on. Bad for the planet, etc. Their planet, our planet, whose planet? Well, they won't tell you, will they? They just don't need you anymore. There's too many of you, for goodness sake. Do the decent thing and get euthanized, for goodness sake. That's come out in the bioethics reports too, We're specialists in ethics. You have no morality at all. You haven't been trained to have... They've been at university to be taught ethics, for goodness sake. And they mix it with law then, you see. So they can make laws about the right kind of moralities. And you shouldn't want to live for a long period of time. You should die. At your status, you're not important to society. If you were important, then, yeah, they'd give you a life extension, just like Rockefeller had. 103, I think he was, wasn't he, when he died? But you see, you don't have those rights. You've served your purpose. Do the decent thing, old boy, That's it. What you should do is just stand back and look in the past. And you'll find there the big agenda was shouted from the highest towers in England, for instance, such as the Fabian Society and a massive organization. It was a branch of the same organization the right-wingers ran, the Milner Group. They're on all sides, you see. And they showed you more of what they really planned to do using socialism, you see, for the whole world, eventually using the British Empire, right? And this little piece is from a book. And it's called The Socialist Revolution Proposed by the Fabian Society, was to cast a long, dark shadow across England and later the US, the United States. It differed little from the one set out in the Communist Manifesto of 1848 by Karl Marx, who lived in London, remember. And therefore aims at reorganization of society by the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership. You have to do something, just don't sail over things, but stop and break it down. Reorganization of society by the emancipation of land and industrial capital from individual and class ownership and vesting them in the community for general benefit. So it's always for general benefit of all. You see, like Justin Trudeau said last week, how this COVID is a great thing, and the Great Reset is a great thing for redistributing the wealth across the world. And for equity, it's going to make things more equal, you see. And really, for whom? Not to the general population anywhere. Don't ever fall for that one. But again, what you're looking at, really, what you're looking at here, is it accordingly works for the extinction of private property in land. It also means anything on the land, like homes. Huh? It seeks to achieve these ends by general dissemination of knowledge as to the relations between the individual and society in its economic, ethical, and political aspects. And they had no problems at all back then, in the Fabian Society either. They didn't decry, at the time when they started off, religion, that came later, and didn't decry the anarchist groups. They brought them in fact, with them. They didn't mind fascists either. Everybody was welcome. That's exactly what Carol Quigley said too, for the Council on Foreign Relations. But stop and think about that, right? The reorganization of everything and the individual to and within society, basically, was what they're saying. Again, who's going to take over the centralization of everything? Industry, wealth, everything would be centralized. That was Karl Marx, you see. And the relationship between public, the general public, and the government, and to do with economic systems, right? And ethical and political aspects, government, people. It's called public-private partnerships today. And who did they get to set that off to the public years ago? Who's still pushing it, even recently again? Prince Charles. Was he a working class guy? No. Yeah, here he is pushing the revamped thing with a new name for the same thing, same organization, the same agenda, public-private partnership. See, it's better than the old system because we'll all pay, you see, for big corporations. This is your relationship between the economic system. That's your function. You'll pay for everything that society needs, big roads, bridges, and things like that, and power plants. Less power plants, they want to do away with them for sustainability and reduce energy. But the public will pay for the upkeep of all those things on behalf, and the private corporations. The Prince Charles, all his cronies own, basically, that whole class will get it all paid for nothing. And its upkeep and its repair and maintenance. How's that? Public-private partnerships. There you go. Do you realize that as they've changed everything, and folk don't... I said this years ago, as long as the same tunes are played, and here's the marching band, and there's a flag getting wrapped around the latest candidate for Prime Minister or Governor or whatever it happens to be, or President, yada, yada, yada. Folk don't realize that your function and the role that you have can be 180 degrees from what it was a few years ago. It's so easily deceptive, for it wraps itself in the colours. And the people never figure that out, and the media goes along with it and pretends it's still the same. It's not. Public-private partnerships, the same deal, where the public now are all dependent on, in fact, they're slaves on a plantation in a sense. The government now is centralized under COVID, and they're paying everybody now. All the centralized government is paying you to stay home. You owe everything now to your masters in the centralized government, who've forbidden you to even work in your own private businesses. Wasn't that what the communists did? They went around closing all private businesses, dragging folk out of them, arresting them, that they tried to keep them open. They went around all the farms, and it says, give us your farm for the collective, for the benefit of all. And the ones who wouldn't give it up, you actually see old videos where the Bolsheviks surrounded the farms and shot them to death. Families they've been there for generations, working small farms. For the good of all, though, you see. And that's what they do. History is a horror show and a horror story. That's what I've always said. History is a horror story. It's our natural nature to be optimistic. We don't want to think. Truly, if you dwelt on horror all the time, you would collapse. You'd break down. And in ancient times, too, Plato mentioned that Socrates did as well. There's a strange benefit men had is that after the latest wars and slaughters and so on, even to themselves, the survivors immediately wanted to party and forget all. But of course, that's the technique that's used today. It's done much better. In fact, even when you're at war, you don't know you are most of the time. There's often hundreds of wars going on around the world. Never mind just Africa itself for its resource and things. But you never hear of them. You get kind of bored. You yawn when it must be a small affair. No, for we're getting slaughtered everywhere. That's the nature of it. And even the people who participate in this don't know, who are sent over to do the killing, don't know themselves that they're being used. They believe that the propaganda given to them is very efficient. The techniques are used today for persuasion, very efficient. Although when you look at the Middle Ages, for instance, and even some old Shakespearean plays, they used mercenaries before they had the uniforms. You hired mercenaries, didn't have uniforms. And they'd send them across Europe to fight their cousins and things like that. And eventually some bright spark realized, we give them a uniform and make them smart and get a taxpayer to pay for them. Oh, okay, yes, that's a good idea. And that's what happened. But they used to just dress whatever. They had to buy their own clothing and their weapons, in fact, too. And they got a lot of what their pay back from looting in the countries that they went into. That was just normal for for goodness knows how long that system had been on the go. So, a horror show indeed for the general public, and yet you have to always keep it in the back of your mind what's really happened not that long ago either, and is still happening in different countries around the world. So once again, public-private partnerships, there's an updated version for sustainability on behalf of the nobility, the wealthy, elite, the aristocracy that's been around forever. That's what they're on about, a different name for the same thing, more efficient system. And they don't mind who they use and who they welcome in to help them, as I mentioned before. Another one too was, I mentioned Sidney and Beatrice Webb many times before, who were also co-founders of the Fabian Society, along with H.G. Wells and George Bernard Shaw and others. And Sidney Webb himself was a bureaucrat who worked for the government, and he, I think, also worked doing bookkeeping and all the rest of it too. So he was a great bookkeeper, basically. And these are the kind of characters that came in, invented a lot of speech for socialism, until most people can't comprehend what they're talking about, the meetings they have. But anyway, it says here that he wrote a book. It was called The Four Pillars of the House of Socialism. And I think it was published after World War I. And that was the blueprint for the socialist action in Britain and in the US. And don't forget that they boasted that they had a direct line to Moscow, to the table of Lenin at one time, and then, of course, in Stalin. They had little tiffs with Trotsky, who wanted them to stop taking the slow Fabian technique to achieve their ends, and he wanted immediate revolution. And Trotsky himself obviously was included into the higher thing of the whole thing, because why would the nobility then overthrow themselves? Don't you get it? Nobility, the government, the royalty, would they overthrow themselves? Of course not. Why do you think they all allowed Marx to sit there in London and write the whole plan? You need the public to... It's a great deception where the public think it's for themselves. We'll have a better life out of this. Get the public to do it all. You need them to do it all, you see. It's a psychopathic technique. Psychopaths are fantastic. Again, everyone else to do their work for them. That's what they do. And it's all by deception, you know. And the ones who are getting used will do it gloriously, happily, to please their master, as you say. But again, this little bit here, this little quip of an article says, the plan called for destruction of the system of the production of goods and services. Is that tying in now? Public-private partnerships? Let's close everything down because of COVID? Huh? Everything, folks. The destruction of the system of production of goods and services based on competition. Right? Also to bring in unlimited taxation. Well, you're going to be, they're already starting it now. The big push goes on the money, all this fake money that's been borrowed, right? And massive state welfare. To bring in massive state welfare. Eventually no private property rights and world government. So the objectives didn't differ all that much from the principles laid down by Karl Marx in the Communist Manifesto of 1848. The differences lay in method of application style rather than in substance. Is that just all coincidence? Is it coincidence? Of course it must be coincidence, eh? God, you'd be paranoid and a conspiracy theorist. You think it was all planned that way, eh? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Of course you would. Here's an article I found it was from 2019. Occasionally it's worth saving something. And it was on Fox News, apparently, or a guy who works on Fox News, or did then anyway, Tom Del Beccaro. And it says, talk of socialism is suddenly everywhere. This is 2019, and March 2019. Talk of socialism is suddenly everywhere. The journey from a free society to socialism, however, does not occur overnight. It's a stepped process that begins slowly and ends with a rush. That's also in the unconventional warfare of the military. Have that in there too. How they go in, they look for dissatisfied groups, they fund them, they merge with them, they use them, and then in the streets for riots and so on. And at the end, they want a confrontation between themselves. That these groups that they've funded, they become friendly insurgents, and they fund them, they finance them, and train some of them too. But then they want a confrontation with the police powers, and if they've already infiltrated the government to an extent where they'll intervene and say, don't do any of this, let them go ahead with the riots or the burnings. This is all colour revolution stuff from the manuals, the military manual. That's what they do. So back to this article, right? And it mentions it too at the end. Once the police have stepped down, and you're trying to get enough people inside the military, youngsters, to be on your side, then you can push rapidly. And once you get it going, that's when you do the killing. Eh? You eliminate the existing classes. That's what you do. Eh? And your government in the States have been doing that for years. It's from their manual. As I've always said, once the big war machine comes back to your own country, then they'll start eating you too, the big eating machine. And that's exactly what's happening. Because time, you see, you're paid, you've been bringing the structure in for a world government across the planet and annihilating independent nations. Anyway, here you are. Talk of socialism is suddenly everywhere. The journey from a free society to socialism, however, does not occur overnight. It's a stepped process that begins slowly and ends with a rush. Ends with a rush. There you go. Here are those steps. One is massive government spending. Ding, ding, ding. Socialist states have government at the center of their economies. I'll say that again for the harder thinking. Socialist states have government at the center of their economies and feature enormous spending programs. And it says here, in the early 1990s, Sweden often cited as a socialist state. Government spending exceeds 70% of its economy. That's 1990s Sweden. Under President Jefferson, government spending was approximately 2 to 3% of the economy. Today, the US is at 36%. This is before COVID only. Sweden, now walking away from socialism, has reduced its spending share to just over 50%. Government education, retirement, and medical care, nearly cradle-to-grave spending, are three cornerstones of future socialist states. Remember, socialism is basically communism. Right? It always ends up openly as communistic, or collectivistic is the one you call it, collectivism. Obama once said you can create a governing majority, and this is awfully important. Obama once said you can create a governing majority of those dependent on government. I'll say that again, right? Obama once said you can create a governing majority of those dependent on government. That's why in the socialist techniques, when Labour was doing it in Britain under Harold Wilson and other ones too, they literally bring in lots of folk from countries, put them on welfare immediately, lots of them, because they were a voting base from then on. They never forget that. Oh, you brought us in and you put us up and you gave us welfare and so on. And that's standard even to today, actually. So you can make them dependent, and you can create a dependency on it too. Elizabeth Warren is now promoting a universal child care, which would extend that dependence. Oh God, the government's going to take care of all the children now, and single mums, and rearing children, and daycare and everything. You see. Step 2, massive tax systems that reduce incentives. Massive tax systems. Increased tax burdens go hand in hand with spending. Throughout our history, tax systems start out simple and wind up complex and burdensome. By the end of Rome's socialism under Diocletian, according to the historian Will Durant, taxation rose to such heights that men lost incentive to work or earn, because it was all getting taxed off them, you see. And an erosive context began between lawyers finding devices to evade taxes and lawyers formulating laws to prevent evasion, which led Romans to flee, seeking refuge among the barbarians. That's almost like today. They're flying out of the cities. They were under protests, etc. From some of the wealthiest people just flooding out of New York, for no doubt about it, and having to seek refuge amongst the barbarians outside that for safety, I suppose. We have a tax code so complicated. This isn't 2019, remember. We have a tax code so complicated and long that few can do their own taxes. And that's another thing too. It's made ridiculously complex. You know. Not satisfied, politicians threaten massive income tax hikes, wealth tax confiscation, and penalties for those who want to leave the country. Reduced growth leading to economic stagnation is number 3. Okay. Over the last 20 years, the European Union, which featured socialist and semi-socialist states, had almost zero economic growth. Over the last 60 years, while our government grew to 36% of the economy and imposed trillions in regulation, our growth slipped from an average of 4% to 2%. Step 4, deficits. In semi-socialist Greece, once on the brink of being a failed state, government debt as a percentage of the economy is nearly 180%. That would be like you having a credit card debt nearly double your income. In the US, that debt ratio has exploded in the last decade, rising to nearly 106%. You're starting to get the picture here, right? Well, I don't know. Up until COVID, I could earn money and spend it. Yeah, but you kept needing more and more and more of it to buy the same amount of things because of its value keeps plummeting, you see. It's all debt money. Step 5, governments print money. Undeterred by deficits or debt, governments print money to pay for programs. Because they take over all the functions of society. The government takes over all over. Inflation is a result of governments increasing the money supply beyond the needs of economic growth. In socialist Venezuela, inflation is expected to be at least 1,000,000% in 2019, In other words, this money isn't worth the paper on which it's printed. You're starting to get little anxiety attacks here. Things are, little bells go off, with each one of these steps. Step 6, government fixes prices and declares when goods can be sold. Diocletian set wage and price controls for socialist Rome. So Britain did that in the 1950s and 60s and the 70s. And by the way, they used IMF to do that. Oh, you thought that was an independent? Oh, yeah, that was right wing. In Venezuela, people can only shop on certain days, and shopping malls can only be opened 2 days a week. Ding, ding, ding. You're starting to get the picture now. You can only shop on certain days, and the malls can only be open 2 days. You don't even have them open now. You can go and get food at the moment, It says, free of that today. It says, in the 1970s, we had gas rationing and double-digit inflation. And that was all fake too, by the way, because there was no shortage of gasoline. It was Saudi Arabia was hitting back over a certain other country that was getting propped up by the US at the time, and they were ticked off by it, and they stopped the flow or reduced the flow. There was no running out of peak oil or anything. None of that nonsense. It was a big escapade in price fixing and gouging and so on. And they did put out gas in Britain. I think it was 1972, was it, or 3? They actually did, maybe 1973, they had rationing cards for gasoline issued, even for guys and motorbikes, cars and motorbikes. Step 7, underground. I don't think they maybe didn't use them, at least in Scotland, but they definitely had them out. Step 7, underground economies rise. The more crushing taxation, spending, inflation, and regulations are, the larger the underground economy. That's what Jean Chrétien, when he was in with the so-called liberals, which are really just a left-wing on behalf of the ultra-elite, he kept talking about the underground economy is too big, and they wanted to get ways to stop it all, and even flea markets and yard sales on the weekends. Of course, that's where the digital money comes into now. You see, they can literally try and trace every penny that you have. It's not yours; it's theirs. You see, you can just get in the picture. You're owned. You're owned. You're in the real socialist system on behalf of the richest folk on the planet. Anyway, people turn to a barter system because paper money becomes worthless. In Greece, the underground economy is said to exceed 20% of the economy. America's, by contrast, is around 5 to 6%. That's last year. Step 8, class warfare begins, tearing the fabric of society. Historically, class warfare, the fight between classes of haves and have-nots, begins in earnest as economies stagnate. That reaches a dangerous apex during prolonged economic stagnation if accompanied by significant wealth inequality. Well, what's happening now? The richest folk have never had so much money flooding in as they have right now. Because they're all essential, you understand. They're big businesses, the authorized businesses are just raking it in. You wouldn't believe it. And the companies that are given the license to deliver food and essentials, you say, oh my goodness, just throwing up warehouses, and have been before COVID struck. That was just coincidence too. Of ancient Greece, Plato described two cities, one for the city for the poor, the other of the rich, the one at war with the other. According to Durant, the poor seemed to despoil the rich by legislation and revolution, and the rich organized for protection against the poor. Ancient Greece's bitter class warfare included not only government redistribution, but a distrust of democracy as empowered envy. A certain outcome in the US if we abandon the electoral college. There you go. I tell you. You think the military is just going to stop with cyber warfare? You think so, eh? Cyber warfare and so on. Of course they're not. Against their own people. So they've already got it on the go. Your government's using them against you already. What's it say here? The poor seem to despoil the rich by legislation and revolution, and the rich organize for protection against the poor. How do you think they did that? So the class warfare included not only government redistribution, you've heard that term often, but a distrust of democracy as empowered envy. There you go, empowered envy. A certain outcome in the US if you abandon the electoral college. Step 9, to total societal discord. Also in ancient Greece, debtors, when the legislative ransoming of riches and wealth was not enough, murdered creditors, as in Mytilene. Venezuela is in near total societal breakdown as tens of thousands seek to flee the country amidst a socialist dictatorship, a growing police state, empty store shelves, little medicine, and even less order. These are the steps. They don't necessarily occur in order, often occur in tandem, and don't have a timetable. While they take time to develop, the rush at the end can be quite rapid, as we've seen in Venezuela. All along the way, the power of government grows and rights correspondingly diminish. I'll say that again, it's important. All along the way, the power of government grows and rights correspondingly diminish. This is about socialist takeover, you see, often initiated by a seduced vote of the people. Seduced vote, got it? In time, socialism is maintained by force. Once it's in, it's by force, you see. The US is not currently a socialist nation, that was last year. That's what they thought too, the author did. Our economic vitality remains greatly decentralized. Well, it's not anymore. They did it very quickly. And actually, I think he doesn't really realize how bad it was even leading up to it. However, we have massive government programs as spending increases at the rate as in the last 20 years, as socialism will come into view. The adoption of Medicare for all, estimated to yearly cost $3.2 trillion, would push our spending as a percentage of GDP well above 50% and explode our debt even more. Well, I'll just tack into it, by the way, the socialists have already brought out the end-of-life programs to save money. You can't treat everybody. And the ethicists have read all their articles on there before, and they've said it, they've said, decide who lives and dies during this pandemic and who to treat, who not to treat, and because we can't treat them all, and really, we should just give the medication to people who have more chance of pulling out of it. There you go. They've got it all in hand, is this idea of Medicare for all. You see, once they can offer you euthanasia. That's treatment, euthanasia. They give you a pill or a little injection, History, of course, is not a predetermined straight line. No kidding, this guy doesn't know at all. Wise leaders have steered civilizations away from bad decisions, as they have in Sweden today. On the other hand, the fall of Roman Republic and Greek democracy still serve as harsh warnings to large governments like our own. Altogether, only a fool would rush into more government spending and irretrievable government dependence. The wise should rather seek to reduce government in the hopes of avoiding the socialist mistakes of the past. Well, I tell you. And of course, along comes COVID. You should do a song, Along Comes COVID, and get that one, a good foot tapper. And the chorus, you could have occasional cough in it, and stuff like that. But that's an idea of steps towards socialism, you see, this article. But you're already getting it. I mean, they're in long before. There's only one organization that ran both parties for years in the States. It was very obvious. It's even more obvious now when most of the Republican Party never backed Trump at all during his reign. And they're quite frankly disowning him now. It's finished pretty well. Because they all worked with. How can you look at the neocons, and George Bush? There he is with Clinton and the rest of them, all buddies together, on the same little game, keeping the same agenda going, the same agenda that Jefferson warned you about, Thomas Jefferson. He says, when you see the same agendas continuing between changes of the House, he's talking about representatives, then you know you're under tyranny. You're running through agendas. I must admit, Sidney Powell, you probably saw the clip a few days ago, perhaps, at the big meeting that they had, and she definitely gave a little talk. It was like the end of the system. Obviously, you see that's really what she was. She talked about the changes when she grew up in America and how different it was back then compared with what it is today. And that's the breaking of hearts, obviously, from people who witnessed the changes and may not saw them all. I don't know if she did or not, but the fact is, she knows what's happened here. I think the system was always run by the same one group who had to give a bit of leeway to keep it appearing to be different, different parties here and there, a little bit different. But it's true enough, the same agendas have continued regardless of which party's in power, is it? And Rumsfeld definitely did. He slapped Obama on the back and praised him for keeping the same wars going and expanding them. Whereas the Irish Americans say, whoa, what's all this for? But Sidney Powell, she definitely understands what's happening now, I think. And other ones at that meeting too. And they don't have to bother now under the guise of COVID to pretend anymore. Biden's the guy for socialism. I mean, he'll do any socialist thing that his masters tell him to do. He'll be quite happy to do it. He's been that way his whole life long. Quite something, eh? So it's a good little article for those that want to just ponder it. And you can go over the Communist Manifesto as an example too. And start there, get an idea. Because COVID, honestly, is the big one. That's the big excuse that's getting used right now for the complete change. The total destruction of the economy, boom, one fell swoop. Don't go to work. We'll fine you or put you in prison if you go to work. Here. Shut your businesses. You can't have them. Communists did the same thing, folks. You must get folk instantly dependent upon government. That's what communism or Bolshevik revolution did. Everybody had to go to the government for help. Everybody. That's what you do. End all private property, blah, blah, blah. And private enterprise, blah, 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 blah. Bingo, 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 bingo. Except for the big ones, you see, they're public-private partnerships. This great term of deception that they set up a few years back. And we pay for it all. So the biggies can, get all the profit. All the profit, literally. We pay for upkeeps and maintenance and stuff for big projects. And again, what did they do in social? You get rid of especially Christianity. It's such a darn nuisance, for goodness sake, Such an awful nuisance. And so what you do is you get the European Commission as an example, and the US will do it too, and so will Canada. You recommend online services and you ban communal singing for Christmas. There you are. It should be said the European Commission, the Commissariat, in its inhumane regulations to take the joy and truth out of Christmas, exerting the power of an unelected executive body that is not famous for using its functions in favour of the common good. Isn't that the truth? It's a communist organisation. It was set up to do that on behalf of the elite again. And they reward themselves awfully well in the EU Commission at the top. Secretive ones at the top, they will never publish who they are, eh? And you accept that. You can't help people, So here's another article here too. Not fit for purpose. Rapid COVID tests used across the UK are failing to detect half of all cases. And it says the rapid COVID tests deployed to enable students to return home for Christmas. Why get return home? You just use sign language. You can't sing or anything, for goodness sakes. And care home registered residents to have visitors are failing to identify up to 50% of positive infections. And according to the government's own analysis, everything you hear now is government, this government now, every article is government, eh? That's just coincidence. And so there you are, this rapid test, you see. The plans were this week rolled out across the UK for care homes to use a rapid test to enable people to see their relatives. I'm sure they had no intentions of doing it. And even briefly pause social distancing during visits, as students also begin to head home at the opening of the travel window. But the failure of the devices to pick up enough cases, listen to this now, the failure of the devices to pick up enough cases has raised the risk of asymptomatic COVID carriers bringing the virus into care homes or back to their family. Experts have called into question suitability and safety of devices which use lateral flow testing to detect COVID-19 infections within a matter of minutes, are being implemented under the government's Operation Moonshot plans. And similar to a home pregnancy kit, these handheld home pregnancy kit, these handheld devices, I was going to wonder what you do with them. Oh dear, dear, dear. They're currently being trialled amongst National Health Service staff who are expected to test themselves twice a week. I get a picture of them wee-weeing on it. Anyway, here we go. To confirm their COVID status, there you go. I shouldn't laugh at such serious stuff. The tests are also being utilised under the government's test and release strategy. I like that, test and release. It's like you're a prisoner, enabling people to leave lockdown or allow students to go home from university, and have been rolled out across Liverpool to conduct a mass testing programme there. And Downing Street has instituted that extensive clinical evaluation of the tests conducted by Oxford University and Public Health England has shown the devices to be highly reliable, sensitive and accurate in multiple settings. Well, they've spent millions of taxpayers' money on it already, of course, so they have to say that. However, experts have warned that the tests are not fit for the purpose. These are probably the bad experts, for goodness sake. Or they authorise these experts, for goodness sake, and call for an immediate halt to their use. But downers after spending millions of it. This comes after the government's own analysis highlight their lack of sensitivity in identifying positive cases. Now, how do they know there's positive cases? Well, they use the other one, the PCR test, you see. The swab ones just to get your noses and stuff. And that are guaranteed, they say in some of the articles, the actual official ones say that they're giving out 90% false positives. So I guess I'll have to adjust these other tests that are these rapid testing systems and adjust them so they'll give out lots of false positives as well. Maybe that'll make them happy. And as is in the field evaluation in Liverpool compared to PCR tests, these tests picked up 5 out of 10 cases. PCR detected and more than 7 out of 10 cases with higher viral loads who are likely to be the most infectious. Well, because the PCR test, is well known, you take bits and pieces of fragments that could be put together to create a virus. And they put it through cycles and multiply them by cycles and up to the 30 odd. Once you get past 30, they even say to themselves, they'll get very unreliable answers. It's always like projections through a computer pretty well. Yeah. And now they're even doing over 40. They're guaranteed false positives. This is all in their own literature, by the way, from the scientific laboratories and so on. I've got them all here. I've put them up before. But facts don't matter. So the other tests, and these rapid ones aren't giving them enough false positives, I suppose. So they're not happy with it. Because if you see they can't get the positives, they don't have a leg to stand on, do they? Whereas like folk go back to work and everything. I keep saying if they stopped testing folk, they wouldn't have all these cases. Now the cases are not ill folk. They're not ill. So they're not infectious really cases at all. And the only way you could prove anything a person had is by to see if they had antibodies against the virus. They don't have any samples of the virus. Did you know that? They actually don't have any samples of it. I'll get to that later on, perhaps, but you really start, if folk don't start scratching their heads, the game's over for them, literally, The complete shutdown of everybody's economies, putting you into desperate, centralised, not just national government, but international government. That's what it's about. And it's not supposed to ever go back to normal. Even that Sir John Bell of the Oxford University's group, and he's on the SAGE board as well, SAGE board, advising governments. He said the same thing. He says the vaccines probably won't stop anything. He says you'll need this probably every, like boosters or every year, just like the flu. And most folk ignore the flu, doesn't bother them, and don't bother with the shots either. And Fauci said too, it would never go back to normal. He said that early in this whole thing, in March or so. Never go back to normal. What part of never do you understand? You don't understand? Never, huh? And you still have to wear masks and so on after the vaccinations, yada yada. Unless again you're an essential entertainer in sports, or an actor, actress, or you're into something like that. You see, you're a good entertainer, and you have to travel a lot, so you won't get tested, you won't get put into quarantine as you move from place to place, because the virus is very understanding, and it knows that people have got to get entertainment during all this. It won't attack them, obviously. So anyway, here you are. Here they are squabbling over different tests. Now, if any of them were accurate, they'd be a standard they almost come up to. Now, not just false positives, but there'd be a standard that was set upon between them all, obviously. So as I said, they go after different Christian groups, and there's just too many stories about them going after churches like the one out in Alberta. Of course, RCMP put themselves to shame, which all countries will do. All these, you find this all through tyrannies, and with the Bolshevik Revolution, immediately the cops going back to work and they beat folk over the heads and everything, they do what they're told. And it's sad that human nature is like that. And folk who put on uniforms, unfortunately, it's true, it affects the people. That old saying, "They are what you wear," affects you more than you'd ever understand. And same in the military. You become the part of the military. You will not question what you're doing. If you start questioning what you're doing, you have a breakdown. And there's techniques in it, in the system, in the military and in the police, that they're trained in, that conditions them not to have their breakdown and not to question what they're doing, to be almost robotic. And it's all faith-based, because if you were to come to the conclusion that I'm working for evil tyrants, you couldn't fulfill your orders, could you? So they become their uniform, it becomes them. A form, remember, is a cover. That's what it means, a cover. You're one cover. You all wear the one cover. It covers more than just your body, you see. You are a uniform, a one form. That also means you'll say the same phrases, you'll give the same answers to anything if you question. You're one form. Yeah, you'll justify everything as ordered. That's how it's done. This article here is it's quite good, as I say. Here's one from the Centers for Disease Control Prevention about the processing of swab tests and so on, PCR. Real-time PCR ones as well. They've got real-time ones of the PCR as well. The CDC 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 Real-Time RT-PCR Diagnostic Panel is a real-time RT-PCR test intended for the qualitative detection of nucleic acid from SARS-CoV-2 in upper and lower respiratory specimens such as nasopharyngeal or oropharyngeal swab, sputum, lower respiratory tract aspirates, bronchoalveolar lavage, and nasopharyngeal wash, aspirate or nasal aspirate, collected from individuals suspected of COVID-19 by their healthcare provider. Okay. And this is from the CDC. It says the test is also for the qualitative detection of nucleic acid from the SARS-CoV-2 in pooled samples containing up to 4 of the individual upper respiratory swab specimens. And they go through it all again, as mentioned, that were collected using individual vials containing transport media from individuals suspected of COVID-19 by their healthcare provider. Negative results often from pooled testing should not be treated as definitive, right? So even if you come out negative with it, they can't say that's a definite. It's if a patient's clinical signs and symptoms are inconsistent with a negative result, or results are necessary for patient management, then the patient should be considered for individual testing. Specimens included in pools with a positive, inconclusive, or invalid result must be tested individually prior to reporting a result. You're not doing it separately. No, they're actually pulling some of these things in. Then they'll do it separately if they find someone or there's someone in it. Specimens with low viral loads may not be detected in sample pools due to the decreased sensitivity of pooled testing. And it says that this testing is limited to laboratories certified under the Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments of 1988, it says, that meet the requirements to perform high-complexity tests. It's a very specialized area. Now, they're letting a lot of labs open up. They did it in the States early on, in fact, to try to get the high numbers through. They want higher numbers, We're not impressed with low numbers in anything, In fact, even with debt, I suppose you need higher numbers to make you think, oh, well, that's a lot of money as well. So they like big numbers. Again, that's what, the Ferguson that worked in London, advising the governments then with his computer models and systems and so on. He liked big numbers. His computer was awfully good at giving it to him. Even years ago when they used him for other things too, like mad cow disease, and they wiped out the whole meat industry for Britain on his computer modeling. He likes big numbers. He does. That's what his masters want, But they certainly want the same thing. You understand, no matter what test they came up with, it must give high numbers, because otherwise the whole COVID thing would fall flat in his face. They couldn't do it, could you? Couldn't do it. Anyway, this is it's supposed to be. It says here, real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel is intended for use by trained laboratory personnel who are proficient in performing real-time RT-PCR assays. And it says here that the novel coronavirus 2019 CoV real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel is only for use under a Food and Drug Administration's emergency use authorization. Only for emergency use authorization. Then it has a summary and explanation below it from the CDC again. Same article. They start with outbreak of pneumonia of unknown etiology in Wuhan City, Hubei Province. China was initially reported to WHO, December 31st, 2019. Chinese authorities identified novel coronavirus 2019 CoV-2, which has resulted in millions of confirmed human infections globally. Millions of infections confirmed. It didn't say illnesses. Cases of asymptomatic infection, mild illness, severe illness, and deaths have been reported. But it says here, CDC 2019 nCoV real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel is a molecular in vitro diagnostic test that aids in the detection and diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2 infection and is based on widely used nucleic acid amplification technology. It amplifies it. Little particles, amplifies it and they try to get a picture from the computer readouts and so on. The product contains oligonucleotides primers and dual-labeled hydrolysis probes and control material used in RT-PCR for the in vitro qualitative detection 2019 nCoV RNA and respiratory specimens. And they give you the principles of procedures and so on and so on and so on. So what's the amazing part of it here, I mean, they can do it all through computers and through amplification of little particles and multiply them through cycles and cycles until they can build up a picture. I guess that's what that looks like, a kind of picture of something that's there that is possibly this COVID-19 virus, a SARS-type virus. That's what they say. This is what they say. And we have to go with it. The whole world must go along with this. But they don't have any live viruses. I may come to that later. It's astonishing. Now, viruses generally, to detect most viruses, they end up getting different dye tests and stain tests and so on, and to see under certain lights and with microscopes. That's how they generally track viruses. But and some bacteria too, by the way, is hard to detect. They'll do the same kind of technique. But so far, they haven't been able to actually find this particular one, they say. So I'll put this article up, and also this one here. It says the cars. This is an interesting article. You can take it and leave it and do what you want with it. But the SARS-CoV-2 virus was never proven to exist, it says. If you can't prove a virus exists, how do you create a test to detect it? And how can you claim the test reveals that people are infected with the virus? It's an interesting little article here. And so you can take it and leave it if you want. But no information or no query should be overlooked either. People have the right to question everything using logic. Now, before I get really into this, remember cuttingthroughthematrix.com website. Send a few bucks my way. Buy the books and discs if you want, but donations are certainly welcome regardless. And you'll find out how to do it at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And go into the website and you'll see how to get some cash towards me. Now back to this article, and it says here, my brother's cousin who works at Harvard studying snails, studying snails, says of course they've isolated SARS-CoV-2 and they've sequenced its genetic structure many times. Now I even came out from China, remember too, when they said that they gave us the sequence of the genetic sequence of this particular virus right off the bat. That's what they claim. That was in the papers at the time. Anyway, this article goes on to say, I've written several articles documenting the fact that the COVID virus is missing in action. When I say missing, I'm talking about two major confessions from both CDC and a group of study authors in Europe. In each case, these people were in the process of assembling instructions on how to perform the diagnostic PCR tests for that very virus. The virus they said they didn't have. They didn't have it because they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it because no one had it. They couldn't find the virus in people, you see. In other words, the existence of the COVID virus is unproven. Then he points out three factors that produce a hypnotic effect. Even in the absence of the virus, these factors seem to indicate the virus must exist. And he's not talking about government or media pronouncements, which are obvious. One, he says, scientists and public health agencies claim they've isolated the virus. There's no reason to believe in the term isolation is thrown around like a politician throws around the term the people. Isolation of a virus should mean it is separated out from all the genetic, cellular, microbial, and waste material that surrounds it. But don't assume, for professionals are talking or writing, that this is what they do mean. Don't assume that. For example, they often mean we have the virus in a dish in the lab. The soup in the dish contains human cells, animal cells, chemicals, toxic drugs, and other material. However, we know the virus is there and growing because it's killing the cells. That's what they'll tell you. Wrong, it says. There is more than sufficient non-viral toxic substance in the soup that could be doing the cell killing. Further, the cells in the dish are being starved of nutrients. That factor alone could produce cell death. And obviously, the quotation marks, the virus in the dish is surrounded by this mix of material. It's far from isolated. Two, the following hypnotic effect ropes in some of the brightest medical and scientific professionals who otherwise challenge all sorts of medical dogma. It is the genetic sequence of the virus is well established. Many studies confirm this. Well, sure, if experts have mapped out the genetic structure of the virus must exist. You must have the virus to map it out, right? Wrong, it says. The sequence is inferred. It is assumed. So to assume they have the genetic sequence of the virus. This is inferred from what? The genetic sequence could be cobbled together from several sources, pieces of RNA that have been arbitrarily chosen as relevant clues, chosen according to a bias in favor of a certain type of virus. Then the author goes into bias. What does that mean? I'll explain. When a few dozen people in Wuhan fell ill back in 2019, There were a million ways researchers could have gone in trying to figure out the cause. So, of course, as I've written, they could have looked out their windows and observed the horrific air pollution hanging over the city and realised these unexplained cases of pneumonia had a ridiculously simple origin, but no. The researchers opted, as they always do, for a new virus, and they chose, without a shred of evidence, to look for a germ from the coronavirus family. That was their pre-planned story. That was the bias. That's what he's saying here. From that point on, the die was cast. Genetic sequencing involved cobblinging together by assumption and inference a collage of information into code which would satisfy the preordained scenario. They assembled a genetic sequence that matched what they were going for, a coronavirus. Don't imagine genetic sequencing is performed by people looking directly at a virus through a cosmic microscope and jotting down the names of rows of genes sitting side by side like cars in a supermarket parking lot. 3. The other hypnotic factor is the PCR test. If the test exists to detect the virus must exist, right? Wrong. The test, which has irreparable and fatal flaws, as I've documented, is working at best from a fragment of RNA, which is assumed to have come from the virus. If the test appears to identify that fragment as relevant, the test result claims the patient is infected. People believe the test must mean something, and the only thing it could mean is it finds the virus in a person, or the virus isn't in that person's body. But either way, the virus is real. Wrong. The deck is stacked, the game is rigged. Welcome to the deep medical state. As in any truly deep operation, only a small number of elite professionals understand the basic con. The rest are blind and accepting. Some are willfully blind. They see the truth in a flash of insight and then they shut up. This reminds me, by the way, of communism again. Just how my mind works all over the place. But I remember reading lots of students of communism in the Soviet Union writing, about writing about their devotion to the communist system, and Karl Marx and Lenin and so on. And they glorified Stalin, and you better glorify Stalin, because it was dangerous not to. But they would say that he would often tell them about certain things, if they would give him questions which were just too complex for their simple minds to understand. But yet, yes, they would believe it immediately because the Tsar himself had said it, and this God Stalin, and he would never question that it was wrong. He must be right. And they'd have to work harder and harder to try to fathom about all these different parts of the doctrines of communism, which they just weren't up to at the moment, and hopefully with time they would understand it all. Well, this is the same kind of thing in the medical profession, isn't it? A small number of elite professionals understand the basic con, the rest are blind and accepting, and some are willfully blind. It reminds me too of Rothschild in one of the memoirs that were the official memoirs that were put out by Rothschild years ago, a long time ago, the first one in Britain, and he was asked about the technique of money and the printing money and things like that, and debt money and so on. But he actually said that it goes through a process of complexities. I mean, money is very simple to start with the purpose and cause and definition of it and all right, and what it's meant to do. But then once you make it complex, you see, then you need specialists to decipher it. But the same with law, it's the same kind of thing. And so you need experts to decipher it. And Rothschild said that to do investments and debt and etc. and compound and all these different things, he says the people who eventually figure it out will make their living in the system working on money, and because they're making such a good living on it, they'll never let the cat out of the bag to the general public pretty well, because they're benefiting from it so well. This was printed in their own histories, the Rothschilds, which they said it was all quite genuine by themselves, etc. So yeah, people who work with money and high accountancy and so on would make such a good living on it why would they turn against it when it's giving them a better living than most folk out there? Same thing here too, eh? that's the problem with all these, especially in sciences and things, and again, the star-making machinery of who understands something better than anybody else. And then the ones who are appointed by the big deep state to be the leaders, you see. And it says, so anyway, it says, so yeah, wrong. The deck is stacked. The game is rigged. Welcome to the deep medical state. Only a few really understand it, etc. And the rest are blind and accepting. And then you have to go along with it, just like the students of communism. One day I'll understand it. I just don't understand it at the moment. So you still have faith in it. However, in this mad COVID landscape, minds and doors are opening, the hypnotic haze is receding, and the truth is coming out, and so on. And this isn't. They move on then to this first smoking gun. Where is the coronavirus? The CDC says it isn't available. I've got the article here, and I'll put the article up, and the link here to the CDC is up here. And it gives you the document, and I won't just mention it, because as soon as you mention something, it gets pulled so fast. But it was originally published in February 2020 and republished in July. And real-time RT-PCR, I've mentioned already the RT-PCR diagnostic panel, I mentioned that already. Buried deep in the document, page 39, in a section entitled Performance Characteristics, we have this. Since no qualified virus isolates of the 2019 nCoV, SARS-CoV-2 are currently available. Right? No qualified virus isolates, something got one N isolated. Assays, which are diagnostic tests designed for detection, the 2019 COVID RNA, were tested with characterized stocks of in vitro transcribed full-length RNA. The key phrase is, since no qualified virus isolates of the 2000 nCoV viruses are currently available. Every object that exists can be qualified, which is to say measured. The use of the term quantified in that phrase means the CDC has no virus because it is unavailable. The CDC has no virus, COVID virus. And this is quite a long article. I won't read it all. I'm just giving you a little taste of it. But there's a lot here that you can't just toss out the window. And of course, you would be attacked immediately by, oh, what do you know? You know, they've already banned people, top virologists, from mentioning the same kind of article because they're questioning it too. So they'll get banned or lose their jobs or they're blacklisted by the ones at the very, very top of the deep state. It is interesting. To me, anyway, it's interesting. The list goes on, and sure enough, they don't. I remember, too, when they were doing the tests in England for the pharma company for back in March and April, in May, and I read an article from the university, and it was in the press, where what the scientists said was we're going to go like crazy trying to isolate the viruses because we don't have it yet. This illness will be over before we can find it. That's what he said. It'll be gone before we can find it. Aye. There you go, anyway. And I've got other articles that are similar too, but you'll be attacked just by mentioning them today, you know. And I put up the article too from the CDC, the actual PDF part on it, talking about this as well. I tell you. But yeah, what an incredible system we're going through right now, isn't it? It's just incredible what's happening. An article here now, too, again, getting back into this ties in with stuff I've mentioned over the years about euthanasia. And a few years ago, in fact, there was some professor in Australia, they keep bringing him out of the hat when it's time to remind the public, doing a little try and balloon. But you should really, the economies are so bad, he said, this is some years ago, and he says, people should stop working at 65, even earlier to let the younger people get jobs, he says. Again, the whole point was too many people, too many of you, eh? And he said that, people could take to euthanasia and rather than retire and collect the money that the government could use. And this is a recurring theme that they push out there all the time. You're constantly being conditioned, you understand, to accept what is going to come. Anyway, the National Health Service, now that we do have euthanasia and so on, life is becoming cheaper. You've got ethicists, professional ethicists, they've got little degrees saying, I'm an ethicist, and They decide what's right for you. They've got legitimate morals because there's a paper to prove it, you see. So the National Health Service pressure people to sign do not attempt to resuscitate orders, right? I remember they put those articles out before, even to the doctors, local doctors. And a further sign of how to protect the NHS, National Service, gets things precisely backwards. The NHS is supposed to protect us and puts the vested interests of the organisation ahead of the medical needs of the public. NHS medical staff have been caught pressuring older people to sign "do not attempt to resuscitate" orders, and even imposing them without consent. Do you understand? They're trying to make it legal that you'll condemn yourself. Do you understand what's going on here? This is just going to end up with the elderly. You're getting the picture. And they want you to consent to it yourself. And it gives you a picture of an elderly woman, Lucy, and she enjoys a good quality of life, and apart from some age-related ailments, she's been rated as 3 on the NHS clinical frailty scale. 1 is very fit, and 9 is terminally ill, but she's number 3. Despite all this, the morning after the nurse's unannounced visit to conduct a frailty review. This is socialism in action, centralised government. A frailty review. An envelope was delivered to Lucy's flat apartment containing an A4-sized notice with a stark red border. Designed to be displayed in her home, it was a "do not attempt to resuscitate" order, known as a DNAR, D-N-A-R, or DNR. It's very interesting. It's called DNR, in a sense. And it states that Lucy should not be resuscitated by doctors, nurses, or emergency paramedics if her heart stopped. It was signed by the frailty nursing practitioner. Well, now you know what a lot of their job is now, Don't you feel better now that those folk are here to help you? That's what you thought, It's like the same panels that they have in the hospital, their trials group, and they run to look at you in the home and size you up immediately. What age are you? Blah, 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 blah. And they've already written you off. And then they'll offer euthanasia. That happens in Canada now. It says, "I was shocked that the NHS won't save me," said Lucy. "If I collapse, they're refusing to put me together again," she told the Daily Mail, I guess. She's one of millions of people who have been caught up in a new and no doubt well-intentioned NHS initiative to help those over 65 live at home and not burden hospitals. Oh, you're just a burden, even in terminology, a burden, you see. None of these words, these are all weaponized words. Burden, you're a burden. Are you getting the picture how things are put across to you? Like that woman from that video mentioned earlier, on the demonstrations in England, and they try to make it seem independent inquiry about who they are and why they're protesting, and about the lockdowns and vaccinations that are coming and all. And then the woman at the end from the who works for the university medical health system and so on at Oxford. Those people could be a danger to society, she says, with the voice of authority, to get you ready for being locked up. Oh, yeah. But burden, Everything's weaponized, folks. Everything's put through teams of specialists and who you put in the right terms just to make you have a lot of psychological impacts. It might be your turn. I feel a burden to everybody. As part of this, individuals are encouraged to make early decisions about advanced care and sign a DNAR. However, concern is growing about the pressure put on older people to accept DNARs. An urgent review has condemned their blanket use in care homes at the peak of the COVID-19 crisis earlier this year. Well, that was from those in bioethics, for goodness sake. They said that we can't treat them all, Maybe we should start Canada. I read the article in the Canadian papers and mentioned it before. It says we have to start thinking about, if it gets really bad, who to treat, who not to treat, and you've got a certain stock of antiviral medications and so on. We have to just decide who to give it to. There you go. Situation bioethics. You're not trained through the movies, but situation ethics too, aren't you? And it says, Health Watchdog, the Care Quality Commission, says many were put on medical records without the consent of the person concerned and their families. And Lucy Giles, her name is G-L, is J-E-A-L. Horrified families said Lucy never agreed to a DNR order, which was also sent to her general practitioner. The family now want the order removed from her medical records. I tell you. It says, read Lucy's story and many more here. It gives you a link to it as well. Another one too, it says, queues of patients nursed on trolleys and corridors. The National Health Service was overwhelmed. And a National Health Service frontline nurse of some 17 years clinical experience got in touch with some observations about how ludicrous it is to be locking down to protect the National Health Service when the National Health Service is often in crisis during the winter. Is often in crisis during the winter. That's the main part of it. This is the National Health Service most serious winter for many years, and it shows you all these headline stories from different papers. A lack of staff and beds. 75% of acute medicine doctors say their hospitals are not properly prepared. Inability to cope with the number of patients arriving. National Health Service not equipped to deal with it. Over 64,000 all-cause deaths in January alone. It says, are these predictions for this winter? No, it's what happened 3 years ago in the winter of 2017 and 18. There were more than 50,000 excess winter deaths in England and Wales during that period, the highest recorded excess winter deaths since the winter of 1975 to 76. There you go. But we didn't hear anyone calling for lockdowns back then. No, because you got the big reset, folks. You got to come out. You're not going to get out of this. This is the whole agenda rammed through this. Whole lot. Very quick too. Well, they said at the last climate meeting last year, the people are just ignoring us. They're not. They're still consuming and purchasing things and breeding, for goodness sake, you know. On our planet. We have to do something more drastic, they said. Well, bingo. And the pandemic was already polarizing. Now vaccines have become partisan as well. And polls suggest a partisan split on when or if Canadians want to get vaccinated. Well, the polls are bogus anyway. I wouldn't go with a pro or a guy against them. And it was about inevitable that the federal government's handling of COVID-19 vaccines would become political. But now the vaccines themselves are becoming politically polarized. Since the spring polls have shown consistently that one of the major factors associated with how Canadians view the pandemic is how they vote. Supporters of the Liberals and New Democrats have been more likely to report concerns about the public health risks of COVID-19, while Conservative voters have been more likely to eschew precautions and oppose restrictions. Polling conducted by a number of firms in November, as cases across the country continues to rise, still showed signs of the split between left and right. Again, they go back to left and right. Yeah. So I think it goes into the fact that they're not too happy with all this talk about the mandatory vaccinations, etc., etc. Wearing masks and all. Even though you get all these articles from earlier on, where even Fauci said, "No, don't wear masks, you don't need them," and then the rest of them said the same stuff too. Right? Fact's got nothing to do with it, but purpose does. It's gender. I'll put up to breast milk. Breast milk contains coronavirus antibodies, study suggests. Again, I'll have to suggest, maybe it is, or well, it suggests it, you know. Mothers who have recovered from COVID-19 may have antibodies in their breast milk. So here we've got a study suggesting it, and then it says they may have antibodies in their breast milk. That's from The Scientist, right? It was published in the magazine The Scientist. And it says, a scientist report, although there is no evidence that mums can transmit SARS-CoV-2 to infants during breastfeeding, it's unknown whether breast milk may pass on immunity to the virus. In a new study, researchers compared the breast milk of 15 lactating mothers who have recovered from COVID-19 with samples taken from other women before the pandemic. Breast milk from the previously infected women had antibodies that specifically bound SARS-CoV-2. How can you do that? How can it bind it if you don't have the samples? Whereas the pre-pandemic samples only had low levels of non-specific or cross-reactive activity. But with the same particles would be. Researchers report this month in Science. The findings provide evidence that breastfeeding through the pandemic is safe, scientists say, and could potentially transmit protective antibodies to babies. So it could maybe in the whole bit and suggests, etc., and may have. So there's science for you, you see. There's science on the go. And this other article here. A new mother who's 35 years old is barred from entering a macro store. Macro. I guess that's in Britain, is it? For breaching social distancing rules by having a 3-month-old daughter strapped to her in a body sling. And so she went to Macro Tuesday, carrying her 3-month baby in a trip to the cash and carry. I guess it's a cash and carry place. Staff at the store told Miss Bailey that she was not allowed to bring a baby with her. She said the rule banning children discriminates against single mums. And she broke social distancing policy by having the baby strapped to her. Some bright spark is going to see this. Because you see, the government's throwing money at all these wealthy folk. They can make things for them and so on. And they'll get one of these carriers, but be a breast strap or strapped to you, it'll be spread out the weight, you see, and a pole that goes out horizontally. And out the end of the pole, you can have the baby there in that little thing, you see, 6 feet away, at least 6 feet away. And underneath the little baby thing at the end of the pole, you have a big long coiled spring, because when you get tired and you kind of go forward there with the weight of the baby, it'll spring back up again, you see, it won't harm the baby. And you can make money off that too. There you go. There. And you get little warning lights on either side of it, you see, the baby, to warn folk that the baby can't move away from them if they're getting close to 6 feet, so they should move further away from the baby, you see. You got to think of everything these days. The government will fund it for you, I guarantee you. There's all kinds of comedies on the go right now. So anyway, that's just how they do it, you see. And it's just, you think about all over what's happening. Canadian woman is euthanized to avoid lockdown. I'm not kidding you, folks. An elderly Canadian woman who was not chronically ill or dying has been euthanized to avoid living through another COVID-19 lockdown. According to local news reports, CTV, that's Ontario, Canada, CTV News medical correspondent Avis Favaro reported that the 90-year-old Nancy Russell died last month by euthanasia to avoid living through another lockdown. The long-term care resident was reportedly not disabled, chronically ill, or dying. I'll repeat that for those. Well, she was not disabled or chronically ill or dying. Mrs. Russell was described by her family as exceptionally social and spry. Her family said she chose a medically-assisted death, made MAID. Sounds better, right? After she declined so sharply during the lockdown that she didn't want to go through more isolation during the Northern Hemisphere winter. Lots of folk are like that, folk. This is... Whoever's behind all this must be brought up to trial for what's been happening, this total lockdown. And these folk are written off, you know. They're being written off in advance to get this big agenda through. Current Canadian euthanasia legislation passed in 2016 is supposed to be limited to the terminally ill. No, they keep expanding. I said these years ago when I gave these talks and euthanasia was coming. And they expand it and expand it because they always intended to expand it. First, you got to get on the books to start with. Oh, well, it's just for folk who are really suffering, you know. That's how you do things. Then you expand it. Whatever law it is, it's always the same thing. You're living through agendas, folks. So it's supposed to be used initially for terminally ill. Last year, the court struck down the requirements that a person be terminally ill before they qualify for euthanasia. This followed the case of Alan Nichols, former school caretaker, who was physically healthy but struggled with depression. His life was ended by lethal injection in July. Or the case of Roger Foley, a disabled man who was repeatedly offered the drugs to kill himself while being denied the social care he needed to have a dignified life due to the cost. I remember reading that story on the air years ago. He was, he could have been taken care of and lived for a good age. He was a young fella. And each time he wanted help, he said, just give me occasional home visits and so on. They kept offering him the drugs to kill himself. That was in the papers too. And Canadian parliamentarians are still debating how far any change should be made with Bill C-7, which would see euthanasia extended to those who are terminally ill, disabled people, and even those with mental health problems. So there you go. By the way, remember that a couple of articles ago I mentioned that about Lucy, and they send out these teams to evaluate them and try to get them to sign an agreement to accept non-resuscitation. See, that pushes you closer to euthanasia too. I hope you understand that. In a sense, non-resuscitation could be put down as euthanasia, because agreed upon in advance, you see. Now, back to this article, and it says they also agreed now to give it to people who struggle with depression or they're mentally ill, you see. Terminally ill, disabled people, and even those with mental health problems. What's the demonization of people now? Oh, you're a burden. You're a burden, you see. Or you don't want the vaccinations, perhaps, for this particular, this new novel vaccination, this one that alters the DNA, this new type of vaccination. Well, maybe you're mentally ill. See, you're already using the psyop warfare teams to label people this, that, and the other. Anti-vaxxers, vaccine deniers, it's like climate change deniers and so on. They keep doing. They use all the same terms over and over. You've all been conditioned with initial deniers, and then you feel guilty when they put the term of climate denier, and then blah blah blah. Now it's vaccine denier or it's COVID denier, yada yada yada. As they demonize you, and then next step is what they did in the Soviet Union. They call you mentally ill. I'm telling you the truth, folks. This is how it was done. This isn't speculation here. And once they claim that they're mentally ill, then the state can grab you. There's no trial or anything. You're put in a slammer. That's what the Soviet Union did. They put them right in there in a dissidence. And one of the main diagnoses you'd have is inflexibility of opinion. Because they'd say, if you just agree and just repeat what we tell you to say, like everybody else, we'll let you go. He said, well, I can't go along with that. I've got my own opinion of it. Well, that was inflexibility of opinion. And you had to be ill because you were living in the greatest utopia on earth. That was the proof that you're mentally ill. And their psyops teams now are aiming at you, folks. If you've got a brain in your head thinking, and it's all backed by what you think are your governments. And this is tyranny. This is terrible tyranny. What's going on? Using your own tax money to attack you and demonize you as they prattle on about freedom and so on and free societies. Anyway, it says here that this article goes on, and Dr. Gordon MacDonald, Chief Executive of the UK's Care Not Killing, commented, "This is a shocking story that highlights how quickly well-meaning but dangerous changes put forward under the false premise of alleviating suffering can spin out of control." It isn't ever, but it's planned that way. Remember, when they first tried it in Holland, they started it there in Holland. Holland went for it quicker than other countries. It's interesting, Holland, because prior to it too, Holland for years had been an experimental test case for socialism, advanced socialism. Government stepped in. At one point, a good percentage of the population were certified as disabled with back problems. And you could get a lifelong pension if you started just painting. It doesn't matter what you painted. and you'd paint anything at all, and the government had to buy it off you, and the government would pay you for them. And they had warehouses of these paintings, millions of them eventually. It's a test in socialism and how folk would, and also paid men to stay home, look after the children, and wives would go off to work. And they also want to see the differences in behaviours and acceptance of a new way of living by the use of drugs, because they opened up all the bars to actually promote cannabis. You could buy it anywhere in these pubs, these outlets, and sit there and get stoned, to see how it would affect you in the long term. Would you be more malleable, etc.? It was a big test. I remember giving the talks many years ago on this. Anyway, that's where they started euthanasia, and it was accepted there quite calmly and quietly without any protest. And eventually they were even euthanizing nuns who hadn't given permission for it either, And other cases. And then they have euthanasia vans that would come round the houses. And the folk all could recognize the van. Oh, they're going to so-and-so. I guess that's the end of her or him, And this is what they want to come here now. It's more efficient, you understand, And it saves money. All that tax money these folk have paid into the medical systems through taxes and so on. The government's got other purposes for that, like big fatter paychecks for themselves. And I'll put these articles. Remember, all these articles I put up isn't just not my opinion. These are published articles. And the one too came out some time, like not that long ago, but agitated dementia patients can be sedated before euthanasia. That's in Holland again, See, they're ahead of us. Canada's only been at it now for about 4 or 5 years now. Holland is longer. It says doctors in the Netherlands will be allowed to sedate dementia patients before euthanizing them. If they fear, they will resist. You don't want to die. You don't want to die. Oh, you've changed your mind. Do you? Well, here, grab them. And I've even had reports of that too. I read them not so long ago as well, where they actually grabbed somebody and other folks saw it happening and were rather distressed by witnessing it happening. Well, it's kind of hard to witness folk getting killed by the health authorities. It can have a shocking effect on you. It might burst your bubble of how society really is. And it says, secret sedation. This guidance was issued in response to the Dutch Supreme Court decision earlier this year on a case involving a doctor who put sedative in the coffee of her 74-year-old patient without her knowledge before administering a lethal injection. And Dr. Marino Arens was cleared of wrongdoing, naturally. And the court stated if a patient is no longer capable of giving consent, do you understand what's going on here? A doctor does not need to take a literal interpretation of an advance directive. How can we blame previous systems that were horrible, that caused world wars, we had world wars with them, we've been terrible, terrible people, when you're doing the same thing? That's exactly what the Nazis were accused of initially in the racial hygiene policies. And they go around to hospitals, and first to go were the mentally ill. And then you just go up the scale from there. You see those, they're going to cost money, these ones, and let's euthanize this bunch. Well, probably the next tier, let's try them now. And that's how it goes, folks. That's socialism for you. Socialism always goes the same way because that's what your masters want. That's why they use it in all of its guises. And that's all it is guises, same thing. And here you are doing the same thing to your own people. Your tax money's paying for your governments, ordering it and mandating it through their agencies, and they're doing it. And it's going to get worse and worse as they find new reasons to euthanize more classes of people. And you're all allowing it to happen because well, this is a slippery slope indeed. You're not slipping now. You're flying down the slide. You already are. And it's just destined, because they've given so many little trial balloons with their announcements, as I said, like the professor, and they pull out of the bag in Australia every so often, telling you should just live to a certain age and die. That's what Huxley talked about in Brave New World. Every citizen of a lovely utopia would have a wonderful life expectancy, very healthy to a certain age, and then they'd very quickly die. And they'd train their children to think it was a wonderful thing that had happened. They celebrate people dying. There's nothing they can't do. They haven't tested out already in certain areas, folks. And they're promoting it too. And this other article too here is COVID-19. Canada expects first batch of vaccines early next year. Interior reports. The Interior reports are 1,824 new cases. Well, it's just the more tests they do, the more cases they'll find, because it's the fragments of coronaviruses are all through society long before the coronavirus 19 came along. And anyway, I won't even go into that again. And it says initial supply will be limited, and Canada will be able to vaccinate about 3 million people. And it says they're expecting vaccines from Pfizer, which requires ultra-low temperature storage, very, very low indeed, and Moderna. Pfizer vaccine will go directly to the point of vaccination because it requires ultra-cold conditions. It's something like minus, it might be in the article here somewhere, minus 70 or something. It was some incredibly low temperature to keep it workable, I suppose. I'd even go along with these case nonsense, it's just nonsense. You could test this till the cows come home. Even if you had a supposed cure for it, you could test folk with this particular, these virus tests that they're using, and they're always going to come up positive, a good proportion positive, no doubt about it. That's just the way it is. They even say that, by the way, and the vaccine's not going to stop it. They tell you that, The articles I've read over this course of this year have said it from the publishers themselves and the makers of the vaccines that generally you can't go by the initial rah thing. We found that it creates immunity and antibodies right off the bat. It doesn't. No, you'll find that they get that kind of response to the adjuvants they add to all these vaccinations at the point of injection. Your arm's going to be awfully sore. They tell you that with this new type of injection. And some of them, I read them about a month ago, 2 months ago, where nurses actually said that they took the second shot, because it's not just one vaccine or one shot you get. And that, she says, you might have to take the days off. That's what it said in the news article. She says she advised you to take the day off, maybe a couple of days off after getting the second shot, because you can feel pretty ill with it. Well, that really gives you confidence for something that you're not sick with anyway. Think about it, folks. And that one by Sir John Bell. It probably won't sterilise everybody, he says now. And the interviewer said, well, what in there? You see him put his hand to his mouth. What is this? I have to go over that article, like this video, the clip again, because you can't believe what you're hearing here. Unless it's meaning something else, but that's what it comes across as with the vaccine. Member of the SAGE group, Well, it's advising the British government. Anyway, it's, so they were talking about who's going to get this vaccine first and so on, right? There you go. Again, a lot of folk will line up for it. Other folks will get no choice in the matter, in old folks' homes and so on. And, you can keep going on about it. Anyway, here's another one too. And procurement, we've got procurement ministers. Anita Anand says that as soon as she knows when the first dose COVID-19 vaccine arrives in Canada, she'll share that with Canadians, the information. It's pathetic what's happening to the whole system. It's been forcibly shut down as though an atomic bomb had gone off. Really, that's just the whole reset in operation, folks, into post-consumerist society, and to basically complete austerity. That's where you're going with it all. And utter dependence on government. Total socialism. Far more effective without even a revolution like the Bolsheviks had. It's quicker and just beautifully put across in the public with warfare type techniques, modern warfare techniques of psyops, etc., propaganda, and the right people in the right positions to tell you, that the sky is falling. Now, if these vaccines are hurting people in their 30s and 40s, and again, always, they're going to start to give this, it says, over the age of 80 for the first batches, it could be here, it says. That's going to really help them, eh? On their way, perhaps. Eh? And it really got me when they said, oh, we've got to do so many millions of tests. It's the only way we'll know. No, testing and with these PCR tests doesn't mean that you've got the darn disease. And cases doesn't mean that you're ill or sick with it. It's not disease if you're not sick with it, folks. And also, too, it says here that the partnership between the National Research Council and China's CanSino Biologics, announced in May to great fanfare, but the doses to be used in Canadian clinical trial failed to arrive when the Chinese government, in the midst of political tensions with Canada, refused to issue an export permit for them. So there's even had little tiffs with China and so on. Anyway, when you buy it from the country that it's supposedly broke out of, and how they got it? How do you get the virus in the first place if you can't find it? And it's kind of like the old idea of table rapping. With the early spiritualists. They were Christian spiritualists at one point in Britain. And Conan Doyle was one. He's involved with a spiritualist society and the head of it at one point. But it's like table rapping. And he would go around with others too, to some of the well-known people who were in the papers, but Madame so-and-so. And you go in there and they had spirit boxes, and the spirit would come out of the boxes when the lights were off, and they'd expose frauds and things like that too, mind you. But this whole COVID idea is very much like that. I mean, you could try and tell people afterwards what happened, what you saw, but who's going to believe it if you have no evidence? Well, how can you create all this stuff if you have no real evidence of an actual, complete virus? That's just it, I understand about the proteins and different type of things that you can find, detect, etc., and how their theories work. Understand all of that. But it really doesn't help it at all. So I'll put them up too with Obama, Clinton, and Bush pledging to take the COVID vaccine, what a farce that is. You can really trust these guys, you can really believe them with their sterile water. Eh? High-value businesses, as I mentioned before, travellers to be exempt from quarantine in England. There's your class system, as usual. Eh? So from Saturday, some performing arts professionals and TV staff and elite sports persons will also be exempt. There you go. Wealthy, stinking rich folk will be allowed to go without getting tested and quarantining themselves here, there and everywhere. Just you peasants that are paying for it all have to go put up with all of that. Eh? So senior company executives amongst travellers set to be exempt from COVID-19 quarantine restrictions for international arrivals in England, meaning they will not have to self-isolate for up to a fortnight. Recently assigned elite sports people, performing arts professionals, TV production staff, journalists will also, or they bring the journalists on because they're going along with the whole agenda quite happily, terrifying the public, will also not have to abide by quarantine restrictions of arriving from a country outside of England's travel corridor from 4 a.m. on Saturday. Isn't that astonishing? Right in your face. Announcing the move in Twitter, the Transport Secretary, I was going to say Transparency Secretary, Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said high-value business travellers would be exempt from quarantine rules in an effort to boost the economy. Can you believe it? To boost the economy? Entertainers? And company executives and senior executives and stuff. Really important people, you see. The virus knows to leave them alone because they're just too important. Because they could deliver significant economic benefit, you see. Oh, dear. Currently, travellers coming from non-exempt nations have to quarantine for 2 weeks, But as of 15 December, people will be able to pay for a private coronavirus test to reduce their isolation. So the peasants, if you can still afford to travel at all, after going bankrupt through all this, you can still pay for a test to reduce your isolation. But the elite, they don't have to bother with all that nonsense, because the virus realizes it's got some compassion, you see. And you need to be entertained and so on, eh? There you go. No self-isolation for them. You know, they're actually self-isolating from state to state in some parts of the US. I know some people who are doing it, who travel back and forth between different states. Frequently. And it's like 2 weeks each time in each state. But no, they're just not important enough. There you go. Yeah. High value. See, you're a low value. You have no value at all at the bottom there. And 2 million more Moderna jabs secured as Prime Minister appoints new vaccine minister. A vaccine minister? What do you mean a vaccine minister? Huh? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Anyway, I won't even bother reading that one. You're so fed up with it all, don't you? I do. Because it's repetitive nonsense, a lot of it. And employees refusing COVID vaccination may forego privacy rights, says Chowdhury. And it says, time for COVID to pack its bags as promising vaccine news has swept global headlines. A big rah, rah, rah. And who are we fighting today? We've fought 10 million more enemy on the Malabar front, says 1984, eh? With our new tanks and everything. So rah, rah, we've got all these vaccinations ready. Of course, that presupposes we'll line up promptly to get a vaccine. Personally, I can't wait, but I know that feelings aren't always mutual. So how will employers respond to those who refuse a COVID vaccination? Many are asking if employers can force employees to vaccinate. Employers are not permitted to mandate vaccinations of employees. This guy sounds disappointed, eh? And an analogous comparison are the many organisations that host wellness clinics every year to encourage employees to take flu vaccines. However, employees who do not want the flu vaccine may decline with impunity. Oh, he's not happy, is he? In fact, Ontario Nurses Association won 2 arbitrations in recent years, 2015-18, challenging hospital implemented vaccination or mask policies during the annual flu season. I remember that one. And in 2019, ONA took on St. Michael's Hospital, where it sought to strike down the policy requiring healthcare workers to wear a surgical mask, etc., etc. For the record, I don't think these cases will carry the day when it comes to COVID, which is more insidious than the flu. It's true, it's hard to fight. It's like table rapping, and proving that you actually saw it. It's a hard thing to get a hold of. All levels of government have required the wearing of masks in most indoor spaces, blah, blah. In Ontario, workplaces are required to screen for COVID symptoms every time an employee steps into work, and so on and so on. Eh? This guy's all wanting. This guy really is. It's like he's pushing us like some banana republic into doing what we're told, basically. And it's not the only one. There you go. I wonder if he knows that they may get permission as a journalist to get the preferential treatment for travel and no quarantine and stuff for putting out these articles and so on. I tell you. I'm telling you, this socialism and tyranny in action is all here. We're not advanced at all. It's repetition. China carried out disinformation campaign to force world economy into lockdown, says US lawyer, an extraordinary theory. And it may have carried out a massive disinformation campaign to encourage the world in lockdown. Michael Sanger suggests the Communist Party promoted nationwide shutdowns in a bid to cripple rival economies amidst the coronavirus pandemic. Personally, I think it was to do that, a post-industrial system for the West and so on. But I think it was all prearranged by the world deep state. It definitely was. It really was, no doubt. All those guys falling down the streets and so on, they weren't showing those articles and these videos in China, you know. But China was exporting them to the West to terrify us. That was all prearranged and agreed upon. Folk were not dropping in the streets with COVID. Here either. But it was good drama though, wasn't it? There's psyop warfare right there. Propaganda. So anyway, the campaign may have pushed nations into committing economic suicide. May have. We are in economic suicide. We've not to go back ever to any kind of normalcy, says the experts, right? He points to thousands of tweets which were encouraging world governments to try out the draconian rules first adopted by China. Even alleges that Prime Minister Boris Johnson was targeted by Chinese disinformation after he first suggested herd immunity rather than a lockdown. The lawyer from Atlanta, Georgia, laid out his theory in an article for Tablet magazine titled China's Global Lockdown Propaganda Campaign. I'll put that up too. It's quite a good article. I think Tablet's an Israeli paper. And it goes into it in more depth maybe. But this has been discussed already with different intelligence agencies, this very theory is on about, though. There was a campaign by China. But I think, as I say, it's an agreed upon campaign with the deep state, where all our rulers are on board with it. I have no doubt on that too. China has since appeared to recover from the virus outbreak, with even Wuhan returning to normal, while nations such as Britain face further restrictions. Well, every other country too. And appearance on Sky News Australia, Singer claimed it was a domino effect of countries following China's policy after Italy became the first nation to lock down. And it's not a bad article. And Sarah claims the smoking gun on the genesis of the coronavirus lockdown is the fact that Twitter removed tens of thousands of fake accounts promoting China's message. Twitter confirmed in June it took down 23,750 accounts which were highly engaged in disinformation and 150,000 which were engaged in amplification. You probably noticed too, thousands of Chinese fled the US recently. And it was claimed in some articles they were actually like spies. And there's no doubt they have lots of spies. Most countries do, but there you go. Here's an article here about consent. You've got to consent to have anything to be done on you by medical. I don't even call them services anymore. These be called services. Now they're called authorities. You understand the difference of, you think you're still in the same system? No, it's all changed. Just like police services were services paid for, but they served the public. You could take different things or leave them or whatever, but now they then become forces, police forces. Now you've got health authorities, not health services. And folk live through it all and don't blink an eye because they don't recognize what's happening. They don't even think about that. And anyway, this article here, outlaw consensual human experiments now. And it goes into evidence during the Cold War, the US government carried out radiation experiments on US citizens without their knowledge, consent, or under shadow of classified research. And when the story hit the newswires, the US public was outraged. We don't have outragement. We don't get outraged anymore. About 15 years ago, a reporter at the Albuquerque Tribune discovered evidence that during the Cold War, US government carried out radiation experiments on US citizens without their knowledge. And it says when President Bill Clinton responded by establishing the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, that's what they call it, it's an official organization, the links are all here, calling on it to review Washington's past actions and recommending steps that would prevent such heinous human experiments from ever taking place again. And the committee made the recommendations in a 1995 report, although Clinton issued a memorandum 2 years later that included several as acre prescriptions. That's the organization. Bureaucratic delays kept from being properly approved before he left office. It remains unapproved by the appropriate agencies and departments. Remember too, the syphilis experiments they did too on some of the black people in the States, maybe in Georgia too, well documented. And they used children too for their radiation experiments. This is all part of... you're living in countries that you don't even recognize because you're brought up with a fake reality from television. This is incredible what we're living through, and folk don't recognize it. And as I said, the Nuremberg trials brought out the Nuremberg Code to do with experimental anything on the human public without their consent. And they didn't have the right to experiment on you in the first place. Huh? And so I'll put these articles all up, mind you. And Facebook says it will provide the authoritative information on COVID vaccines. Don't forget everybody else, you see. Facebook is the new authority, you see. So will Google be and all the rest of them, all the usual ones. Another one too is messenger RNA, and what it is. It's not a bad article. And mRNA is an mRNA vaccine that you're going to get. It's going to alter, it's a little bit program your genes. Different kind of vaccine than the old-fashioned kind that we always had up until the present. And Trudeau, Justin Trudeau in Canada, supports anti-government protests in India, but not in Canada. He says Canada will always be there to defend the rights of peaceful protests. He said, meanwhile in Canada, anti-lockdown protesters face fines and even arrest. There you go. And so Indian farmers are protesting because they're getting locked down too, etc. And yes, but Canada will be there. There you go. Because there's new agricultural legislation in India to deregulate crop pricing. And the farmers are concerned they'll be left at the mercy of large corporations. Well, that is the agenda. I remember reading these years ago where they would go step by step with it all. And now, of course, China, India is part of it. It's now got most favoured nation trading status, just like China, you see. As the West, what's left of the West, still pays for it to come up. We all go down. And that's what happened. That's what the articles at the time said that we would all go down in our standard of living as we funded other countries to come up, and there'd be some kind of happy medium we'd all arrive at eventually. That's what they said in the free trade negotiations, and their governments all signed on to bring you into poverty, folks. And then once they got India into it, just like China, the big agribusinesses take over, the big biggies, you know. And out goes the little guys again that have been there for generations. And you'll need a COVID-19 passport to fly international in the future. And new challenges emerged for planned human challenge. Oh, this is a good article, actually. Because again, we're talking earlier at the beginning of the talk about did they even have a virus they're called COVID-19? They can't find it. They can simulate it from particles of all kinds of things. We could simulate it and so on, and lots of theories. But now here's the thing: you probably heard about challenging with those who are using the trials for vaccines, the younger folk they're trying it out on. And then after you give it to them, you're supposed to challenge them with live viruses. You see? And that way you can tell if they've got an immunity, if they can fight off the illness itself by being exposed to the actual virus. Well, how would they get round it? As you're supposed to do with vaccines for viruses. If you don't have the virus, well, guess what? They've done it. They don't have to. Fauci even is all behind it too, that they don't have to use a challenge with them. It might harm them, you see, if you expose them to real virus. Well, there's more proof that they don't have the darn virus, or they're supposed to do it, you see, challenge it. So now with the recent news that the conventional human trials have produced several promising vaccines, scientists are debating whether planned challenge trials are still needed. In the US, one nascent effort is on hold. UK, however, researchers say they're moving ahead. There are still many strong arguments for pursuing challenge trials, says immunologist Christopher Chew of Imperial College London. So they give volunteers, normally, you see, they give volunteers a vaccine or placebo. Then they wait months or longer for enough cases to emerge to gather statistically rigorous results. Challenge trials can move faster by vaccinating volunteers and then intentionally exposing them to SARS-CoV-2 in a controlled setting. Researchers would then closely monitor the volunteers for days or weeks. But challenge trials are so rife with ethical concerns, so that's why they can't do that the usual way. For example, because there are no reliable treatments for severe COVID-19. people who volunteer to test a vaccine could die if they get sick. Well, if they're young and healthy, they probably won't get it anyway. What's your problem, you see? So medical authorities around the world have adopted a cautious approach. Even 1 year after the outbreak began, no such trial is underway. There's no trial to say that they've actually, let's now expose these vaccinated people to the vaccine. And then you're guaranteed that it works if they don't get the illness, right? No, they've cancelled all the trials of testing now, so there you go. Proponents say challenge experiments could still advance science and save lives, and compare the effectiveness of different vaccines, or any vaccine for that matter. And it would help answer unknowns, such as whether vaccines block infection, terror, or simply prevent people getting sick. It says here that it's hard to use large trials to determine whether a vaccinated person still sheds the virus, says epidemiologist Mark Lipsitch of Harvard University. I put up a video by him earlier in the year, because he's into this, and he teaches on viruses, and so, and even biowarfare he teaches on. And in the article, he's talking to students, because he teaches them at Harvard, and he said, is it ethical for us to actually create, by using the techniques to intensify the contagiousness or even severity of a virus? Is it ethical for us to do that, he says, and create something which can get out of hand and become a killer? That was the title of his, I'm kind of paraphrasing, that was the title of his lecture. Because they do it all the time. The guys that are here to save you, the guys that create the stuff that kill you. It's just an amazing system, really, isn't it? The gain of function, that's what they do. That's what they claim that this particular virus was initially, what happened to it too. We all know the articles that were churned out by the media that's now pretending it never happened. And it all came from the same media outlets too. So they're talking about a possible study that might be done if regulators approve it. But again, they don't want to. The big vaccine companies don't want to try the challenge, because if they find out the vaccines are useless, then people won't want them. What's the point in taking something that's useless? So simply don't do the challenge trials, you see. It's not going to happen, obviously. Now, in these challenge trials, it's something that you do once you've given vaccines. That's what you're supposed to be doing, is seeing if it's effective, rather than just looking for an antibody or what might be an antibody after you've vaccinated them. Because there's a lot of ifing going on here. So the challenge trial is what you do, and you expose the people who've been given the vaccinations to the actual supposed wild or live virus. That's the idea behind it. That's your final proof. If they don't get infected, if enough of them don't get infected, then pretty well you can see that vaccine's effective. But they're dropping it in the States. They're not going to do the challenge trials. And that's a sigh of relief to all the big corporations involved, and the multi-millionaires are going to be multi-billionaires from all of this, because now it's down to a lot of speculation, in other words, on follow-ups to it. This is what they say in the US, that in the US, however, they're encouraging recent vaccine results. Now, what encouraging ones they're talking about? If you haven't tested to see if it works, you've only went to see if you've gone to see if there's maybe an antibody, what might be an antibody, what may be for this virus, right? This is how it is. It says recent vaccine results have put a damper on human challenge trials. How fortunate, eh? The very thing that you want to do is a human challenge trial after vaccination. A month ago, virologist Matthew Memoli put the final touches on plans for a challenge trial at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID. But Anthony Fauci, head of NIAID, and Francis Collins, head of the National Institutes of Health, recently suggested the experiment is no longer necessary. And it says that's welcome news to some who fear that challenge trials present serious risks to volunteers. Now, most young folk don't even get ill from any infection of this, what was said as COVID-19. So what's their problem with it, really, eh? And if they're young and they're healthy and they're given all these physical examinations beforehand, then they should be up to getting under a bit of an infection. So others, however, say that the apparent success of some vaccines could strengthen the case for challenge trials. Once viable vaccines are available, it's harder to justify continuing with traditional trials in which thousands of people are given the placebo while others are vaccinated, says bioethicist Near Eyal of Rutgers University in New Brunswick. Are you going to hope that tens of thousands of people will altruistically be willing to forgo access to a proven vaccine? He asks. Well, what about, rather than tens of thousands of people, why about millions of folk on an unproven vaccine? Because you need to challenge trials to do. Everybody's in on this act here, eh? So these bioethicists, with little bits of paper saying they're higher in morality and understanding than you are, you understand. And then another one, Seema Shah, a bioethicist at Northwestern University, thinks human challenge trials could still be useful, but there's less urgency now. And she'd like to see more ways to ensure participants' safety, such as finding biological markers for people at greater risk of getting sick. I think I would feel more comfortable waiting to see how things developed and where the risk could be minimized. For risk, well, you're going to put experimental vaccine, an mRNA vaccine into people without long-term study on it and long-term effects, etc., etc. Never mind short-term ones, really on the big scale. Without even doing a challenge trial to see if it's effective when exposed to the actual virus itself. And now here's the other thing too they're scared of is a cytokine storm, because sometimes in previous trials with even some flu shots in the past, they've panicked and recalled flu shot like they did in Canada when they said that year's flu a few years ago could actually cause folk to get the flu. It wasn't just getting the flu. When you hit the actual live virus in real life after the vaccination, your body overreacted to it and flooded your lungs with cells galore to fight it in phagocytes, etc., to fight the infection. An infection that really was minor, but your response to it can even kill you. So you've got to do challenge trials. So they're not going to bother for a really experimental vaccine used for the first time, mRNA on humans in society. Oh, there you go. And even the one who wanted to try it in Britain, Chiu, who's in charge of it, is comfortable with intentionally infecting people with SARS-CoV-2 because there's growing evidence that young adults have low risk of serious illness. So it wouldn't harm them so much anyway. But they don't want to because, again, if it'll show up, if it shows up the fact that it really doesn't stop anything, what's the point in getting it? And remember too, the RNA vaccines like Moderna and so on alter the DNA. It's like a coding sequencing. It's almost like something. It's like the initial. It's got the sequence for that gene, the blueprint for it, you might say, and it's to alter your genes in your body, like kind of permanently, you know. And this is the first time in history they've tried this kind of thing on humans. It's a trial vaccine, you understand? It's novel, new vaccine. The old kind's nothing like the old kind. And this article here from Science says hidden layer of gene control, because it alters, that's what it does, it controls your genes and your DNA. And this talks about, it influences everything from cancer to memory. And they talk about mRNA, messenger RNA, the molecule that carries genetic information from DNA to a cell's protein-making factories. And top of this conference, researchers discussed evidence that RNA epigenetics, and that's what they call it, epigenetics, switching things on or off expression. What that gene does, what it does, what its purpose is, they call it its expression. You can turn it on and off. I did talks on these years ago, and this is what these new vaccines are about. Some of them, anyway, not all of them, but some of them. It's a new chemical modification. They're trying it even for chemical modifications linked to leukemias, for instance, for altering leukemias and different illnesses, and very experimental, And it talks about It uses marks to determine where, when, and how much of the associated protein should be generated. RNA biologist Pedro Batisto, now from the Cancer Institute, talks about here, because they were trying on that to see if they could actually switch things on and off, and where the cells divide, and so on. But remember too, when you alter your DNA, normally when DNA alters from its original form and from its blueprint of RNA, we call that cancer when it happens in nature. You're feeling better now, folks. Now, amongst the cheering, some vaccines face questions. This is an article about the vaccines. Interesting. There's a PDF with it too. And this is Simon's COVID-19 reporting, supported by the Pulitzer Center and the Heising-Simons Foundation. And they tell you that there's a lot of fudging going on with the different results on the vaccines here. This is an official report, by the way. And it says that the different trials, like AstraZeneca, and the Oxford announcement last week came from an interim analysis blending two trials of the vaccine, which people received different doses, apparently by accident. The efficacy ranged from 62% to 90%, a big difference, depending on the dosing strategy. Meanwhile, Russia's Gamaleya Research Institute of Epidemiology and Microbiology, which also uses adenoviruses as vectors to deliver spikes gene, claimed 91.4 efficacy based on a second interim analysis of its candidate Sputnik 5. But they rested on far fewer COVID-19 cases than Moderna or Pfizer and BioNTech reported, and the Gamaleya trial is still ongoing. So it says the AstraZeneca-Oxford effort conducted initial efficacy trials in the UK and Brazil, and Science has learned, that's the magazine, has learned from a scientist working with the partnership who asked not to be named that a calculation error early in the UK study led to vaccine vials being filled with half the intended dose. Come on here. Rather than drop people who had already received that shot, the team modified the trial protocol to compare people who received a half dose followed by a full dose with those given two full doses. It gets a bit complicated as they fudge all their figures and stuff. Because they see, with such big money, there's no going back as they all compete for more and more millions of bucks, you know. But it goes into different screw-ups I've had as well in the same article here from Science magazine. ScienceMag.org it's called. So it's hardly a conspiracy site, of course. But there you go. This is the sort of thing that's happening with the fudge reports and so on. Bishops across North America see no problem with abortion-tainted COVID-19 vaccines. They said that the imminent Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are morally acceptable in spite of cell lines from aborted babies being used in the development. They call these immortal cell lines now. Once they've aborted them, they can keep them going and so on. It's quite fascinating to see what's going on. And again, as we become accustomed to cannibalizing each other, for the proper people to get organ replacement, I'm talking about ordinary folk and so on, and I know it's a tremendous problem for a lot of people, and a lot of folk are ill, like I said, but when you realise that there's an elite class in the world, and by the way, we've all been, if you've had any nasal swabs at all, we've all been pretty well DNA tested at some time or another, even from birth, from the heel prick tests from the baby's heels. They know who's got compatible DNA with other people who are looking for organs. They know that already in very high circles. And China's already been accused of cannibalizing certain factions of society, not just prisoners, for particular organs for suitable recipients, the wealthy recipients. But don't blame China. I'm sure it's happening across the world in all societies now. We live in a bit of a nightmare now. We really do. And when you accept any kind, you see, it's bit by bit, that's how you get to the stage of horror. Oh, let's use aborted babies for making vaccines. What do you want to take foreign proteins from some other human into your body? Well, would you eat it? No, I wouldn't eat it. How about injecting it in? Well, it's a bit different. Is it really? Is it really? You see how, well, we need organs. And they'll always give you articles about people who are ordinary folk who need organs. Once in a while they'll give you a good article of someone who needs an organ. And someone died, and you hopefully died, and you got the organ from it and saved so-and-so's life. But don't forget, in modern transplantation, they prefer the patient to be alive that they take it from, the donor. Are you getting the picture? And we do have terrible articles published over the years of people having organs stolen and prisoners being used in other countries as well, as we well know. Printed in very good articles about it. Well, as we accept more and more ourselves, do you realize you're acquiescing to an extent? I've always said this, to your own demise, step by step by step, by accepting this and accepting that and accepting this. And again, you let the ethicists, the ones with qualified bits of paper, show that they're ethicists, decide what's ethical, what is unethical, step by step, all the way down to euthanasia. And now you're going into essential and non-essential workers and citizens. You don't even have any jobs, so you're not even a worker. You're just a non-essential being. Why don't they start taking organs from you now? Because you don't. What purpose do you have? Do you understand? It's all about purpose. Who decided this whole thing about purpose? Well, I've done too many talks on that before. And it's an old program we're living under, actually. It's on steroids at the moment. And you have to understand this. But you participate, in your own demise. You definitely do. I'll put these articles up and a few other ones too. The message that the media won't air that Trump put out there on video, a link to that one. And this one here. Another article about the different vaccines, a rara article. Army spies to take on anti-vax militants, it's called. See, now you're called a militant. Having an opinion, it starts with having an opinion, and then you're anti, and now you're a militant. Do you understand? You're being targeted now, people, by your own government. Yeah. So the army mobilized an elite information warfare unit renowned for assisting operations against Al-Qaeda, which we created and funded in the West, and the Taliban to counter online propaganda against vaccines, as Britain prepares to deliver its first injections within days. And it says the unit was launched in Afghanistan in 2010 and belongs to the Army's 77th Brigade. That's only one of them. And the secretive unit has often worked side by side with psychological operations teams. So there you go, psychological operations teams, and so on. Now you're not just a dissident, you see. Now you're an anti-vax militant, and that's the expression too that was used by that woman in that video I mentioned earlier, the one that was on at the end of the video. John Whitehead, I'll put a commentary up by him. He's got a great article here on Warp Speed Ahead. COVID-19 vaccines pave the way for a new frontier in surveillance. Because with the vaccines comes permanent surveillance from now to eternity, folks. It's not just to be over. It's not meant to. The whole idea is this is a new system. Forget the COVID, that's the excuse. If the vaccines were going to help you, why would you need perpetual surveillance for years? You understand? Then also put up an article, a video where he gave an interview, John Whitehead, and he's from the Rutherford Institute, and he's very, very good in the different things he's investigated, the articles he's churned out over many years, and the books he's put out too. But this is a good article, very good, talking about artificial control of the human brain, He goes into Neuralink, the brain-computer chip interface that's been experimented with, and it's in different science magazines. And then he says, advances in neuroscience indicate that future behavior can be predicted based upon activity in certain portions of the brain. But they know all that, sure. And it says that the researchers at the Mind Research Centre scanned the brains of thousands of prison inmates in order to track their brain chemistry and their behaviour after release. One experiment, researchers determined that inmates with lower levels of activity in the area of their brain associated with error processing allegedly had a higher likelihood of committing a crime. You see where it's all going? This is for everybody to get done eventually, you know. And they want the youngsters to want it. Well, it's going to give me a better memory and so on. Wow. I can be like the movies, you know. Good article, but yeah. I'll put these articles up, as I say, with Whitehead's ones and the video link too. They gave the talk on. Because we're really in oh, this is the rush now. This is what they said at the beginning in that article, or near the beginning, where socialism takes time, but at the end it could be a sudden rush. And this was the technique they used, like a war, complete war scenario, instant bang, shut down everything. And even during previous world wars, you didn't close down your economies. This is the big reset to force folk into utter poverty and austerity. That's what it is, folks. And it's quite amazing what's really going on. Limits may be placed on unvaccinated Ontarians, says Dr. David Williams, Ontario, Canada. If you refuse to be vaccinated, you may face some limits, you see. You might, because other places you go, you might have to show proof of vaccination, for instance, to enter a nursing home or hospital without personal protection equipment, he says Thursday. You know, step by step, as I've said before, they won't force you to take it initially. They'll simply make it impossible to move or do anything, even to survive without it. That's just how they coerce you into things, into submission. And again, I've got articles on natural herd immunity that they've all poo-pooed from the very beginning. We've always developed herd immunity without vaccinations, folks, against viruses. And we already see that folk have had plenty antibodies after being exposed to COVID without even knowing it. They've got antibodies. They've already found in recent tests that blood that they've tested before the news of the breakout, the folk already had antibodies to the coronaviruses. The facts don't matter, right? Because the agenda was to do what they're doing now, all along. From even the experiments like they did from in the trial runs, the practices they had leading up to this outbreak, this pandemic, as they call it, Event 201, etc. Anyway, I can't go into a whole bunch of other things I want to touch on because I want to continue with unconventional warfare to show you that everyone talking about here is this kind of things that are all contained within unconventional warfare for the military. And what they're doing is a lot of the stuff is straight off the military procedures for it. Giving you leaders in different areas that you would eventually have yourself anyway from the grassroots to provide them for you, to lead you off, which puts you back into inactivity. Well, they're doing it all for us. This is standard. I did this stuff years ago. I talked to you years ago about these techniques. And here it is again from their own manuals. So much of it. I'd love to go through it. And I might do it next week. I don't know. But does it really matter? Because you're living through it anyway. And I've said before, everything comes down to yourselves, doesn't it? And what you're going to do or not going to do. And it absolutely, I've said before, you'll never get the public all to be on pro or against anything in unison. It'd be so easy to stop anything if we were. But even a good percentage of the public could bring everything to complete halt anyway by non-compliance, passive resistance, etc. And we all know that. But these guys really mean business. They're at war with you. Your governments are at war with you when they put the military on you. The things you'd even complain about them doing to other countries is we're toppling governments to put in their own puppet regimes. Here they are doing it to their own public at home with your tax money. Well, remember, folks, cuttingthroughthematrix.com website, send a few bucks my way, and I'll hopefully hang on a bit longer, if we're allowed to, and keep things ticking along. I enjoy the emails from everybody from across the planet. I go through them all. Believe me, it's a lot of work to go even to read them all, but I like to do it because it's where the real news is from people who really experience themselves, the real people, not just these bland, generic things, stories that are churned out by the media, but real people and experiencing their own lives. That's a very personal thing that they share as they go through. We all go through this stuff together, you see. Very important. Real history is always from the people who experience it, not from the authorized versions that come out afterwards. It's very important. So take care of yourselves and send me a few bucks my way, the folk that can afford it. And from myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, it's good night to me. Your God or your gods go with you.